Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python series. So this is our first session on this one and we will be learning step by step. And in this first session we will learn what is Selenium, why we need to learn with Selenium with Python. So let's begin. Selenium is very much popular these days and you have heard about Selenium very often these days. So let me go to the browser here and let's go to their official website to understand what is Selenium. So Selenium automates the browser. That's it. So what do you do with that power? It's entirely up to you. So this means that you can automate your web application. So primarily it is for automating the web application for the testing purposes. But obviously there are certain tasks, like there are some boring tasks, the long tasks which you need to execute and again. You can automate those tasks as well, which are web based. Okay. And when we talk about the Selenium is a collection of test suite which will help you to automate, right? So this test suite basically consists of three major tools. One is Selenium WebDriver, we have Selenium ID, then Selenium Grid. So when we talk about Selenium WebDriver itself, so it will actually help you to create robust browser-based regression automation suites and tests, which you can run across the different environments, different browsers, different platforms, and you will be using different programming languages provided by or supported by Selenium in order to write the scripts. Okay, and in this series we will be learning the Selenium WebDriver because this is a robust one in order to automate your web applications. Then we have Selenium ID. So if you want some very basic scripts, if you want to have some basic workflows which needs to be automated for quick bug reproduction or something like that, in that case Selenium ID is basically a browser-based extension through which you can record a scenario, playback that scenario in order to see what is happening with your application. Then we have a Selenium Grid. So Selenium Grid is basically help you to run your script across different machines in parallel. You can run across different environments, different browser and platform combinations. So whenever you have a requirement to execute your Selenium scripts across a different platform, environments, browsers, then you will be using a Selenium Grid because it will help you to run across the different machines. Now, when we talk about Selenium WebDriver itself, because in this series we will be learning the Selenium WebDriver step by step. So in this case, if we go here, just go to the download section here first. So here you will see that Selenium clients and WebDriver language bindings are these. So this means that you can write your scripts in different languages. So these languages or the supported languages are C#, Ruby, Java, Python, and JavaScript. So if we talk about Selenium, so one of the most popular language on which most of the automation engineers work is the Java. Then now in today's world, Python is also getting so much popular with the Selenium. So that's why we are learning this series with the Python itself. Okay, and I will show you why it is getting popular. And if we go here, so if you want to use some previous versions of the Selenium, so in some cases what happens is that if you go to some company or if your company is working on the older version of the Selenium, then what to do? So from here, you go here and click on this one. So you will see that you have all the previous versions available here. Okay, so you might join a company where they are still working on, for example, 3.1.4, 1.59. So then you have to set up your project with this specific version. Okay, and if we go down here, as we say that the WebDriver or Selenium supports multiple browsers. So if we click on this one, so it supports Firefox, it supports Internet Explorer, Safari, Opera, Chrome, Edge. All the major browsers are supported by the Selenium. Then we talk about the operating system here. So Selenium is supported across three major platforms, which is Microsoft Windows, then Mac OS, then Linux. Okay, and if we go here on the top, and let me go to the documentation sections here now. Okay, so here you get a lot of information in terms of how to work with the Selenium. Okay, and they have provided a sample scripts as well, just so that you can start working on this one. Okay, we scroll down here. So this is how it looks like in Java, right? So this script is basically opening a website in the Chrome, and it is closing the driver. So we will learn about these things step by step, and as I said that we will be learning this with the Python, right? So here you see this code. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 lines of code for this one, and here you will see a 4-liner code for the Python. So Python itself is a very simplified language, very easy to work with this one. So that's why if we talk about this code, it's pretty much easy to understand as compared to Java itself, right? So the Python is very much popular in terms of AI, data science, and all the things, right? And because of its simple syntax, because of easy to understand, easy to learn language, this is the one of the very main reason why Selenium is very much getting popular these days with the Python, right? So that's why we are learning with this one. So we will learn about this one step by step, and if you know about some important documentation links, so if you go to download section again, so we are working with the Python. So click on this first link, second link, and third links. So basically, when we talk about the WebDriver, so eventually you will be using an API. We'll see how we can use this one. So if we go this one, this stable version 4.14.0, and here, if you want to configure a Selenium, right, and if you want to use a Selenium WebDriver, so here you need simple this command. You just need to execute this command and you are done. As compared to if you have ever worked on Selenium with Java, so you need to download the jars, you need to add them in your project, and if you are using a Maven, so then in that case Maven would be downloading that for you. But here it is more simplified. So here again you will see some useful links. This is a GitHub account. This is a Selenium project account. This is a Selenium chat room. So if you go here, so this is a GitHub account. So here you will also get some documentations link and all the things. And if we go up here, so in the issues section, you will see that you might be facing something, and you might not be getting some answer over the Google itself. So you might need to come here and see, maybe there is some bug which has been reported by anyone else, and even if you know exactly, you can report a bug, and also in some cases a feature as well. Okay, and here if we go with the support, so you will see that Selenium has their Slack channel as well. Okay, so if you go here, click this one, so you can join their Slack channel and you will learn a lot of things here. Okay, right now I'm not going to Slack itself, so you can just go and see how things are working on their official Slack channel. Okay, and then we have this documentation here, and when we talk about this documentation, so again they have some useful links, then how to start with this one, what are drivers, so some basic examples here, right? But we will be start learning step by step in this series, so you don't need to worry about this one. But these links are really helpful when you are working with the Selenium. Either you are working with the Java, or you might be working with the Python or any other language. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium Python series, and this is our second tutorial on this one. In this tutorial we will learn to install the Python on the Windows machine. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that what is Selenium and why we need to learn the Selenium with the Python. So in order to write our scripts in this Python with Selenium, we need to install and configure the Python on our operating system. So I'm using Windows machine right now. So let's see how we can install the Python on the Windows machine. So I will share two ways for this one. The first one is very simple. Just go here and type download Python Windows, and this is the website. You click on this one, and here if you want a specific or different version or the pre-releases, so you can click on this one, and by default it detects which operating system you are using. So that's why it is suggesting me to download for the Windows. But in case if it doesn't detect your operating system properly, so you can select Linux. Like, let me click on this one, Mac and other. So here you will see that we have this pre-releases, this one. So this is a pre-release from here. And what are you consider your needs carefully before a version, then current production versions. So click on this one. So here you will see the different versions are available here, right? So you can download and install the specific version on this one. And if we go to this one, again, you will find the sources for this one here. And then if we talk about download Python for other operating systems or the platforms, so here you will get information Python for iOS, right? Python for this particular operating system, Python for the Solaris. So if you are using any different packages or different operating systems, you can install your Python accordingly. So right now, as we are using the Windows platform, so let me go here, and these releases are for the Python ones, as for the Mac OS, and then this is for the Windows. So right now we will be going with the latest one. Click on this one here, and it will start downloading this one, and installer you will get, and simply double click on this one, run this one, and it will say install. But before clicking on install, we need to select this add python.exe to the path. So why we need to select this option? So after installing the Python, we need to tell our operating system where our Python exists. So tomorrow, if we want to execute some Python commands on the Windows, so our operating system and the Windows will recognize that. Eventually, if we don't select this one, and we will install the Python, and after installing, what happens is that we need to go and configure the environment path. So what is environment path here? Simply go here and search for environment variables or system environment variables. Click on this one, go to environment variables here, and here you see that we have some user variables for this particular machine. Then we have some system variables, and here you see that I have configured Java node, and that's how my system is recognizing the Java and the node here. And right now we'll go here into the path. So there is, for .NET we have for node, I have for the Java, right? So I have all the particular paths available here. And here you even won't see, if I go to the user variables here, even here you will not see any Python variable as of now. So eventually we need to set the path here. And the beauty of using this check here is that it will automatically add the path. Okay, just select this one, then click on install now. So it will automatically install, as well as it will set the environment path or the variables for us. So once it will be installed successfully on your machine, we will go and confirm this one. So here still the setup is in the progress, so it will hardly take a couple of minutes to install the Python on your operating system and the Windows. So this is done. Simply click on this close. But before that, if you want to start with the Python, here's some online tutorials which is recommending by the Python team itself. So So you will see that this is Python 3.12.0 documentation, and again you have tutorials, you have, if you want to learn the Python, so everything is available. Like if you go to tutorial here, so here you will find the tutorials like if, as, numbers, strings, data types, anything you want to learn. So here you will find all the details, and again this is really good. So for example, if you want to learn about how the if statement works here, simply click on this one and let me show you how this information is useful when you are learning the Python. So here is tell about the if statement, how the if statement is working. Then we have this explanation for this one, right? So you will see a very detailed tutorials here, very detailed tutorials here in order to learn the Python. So that's the beauty, right? And now simply if I go back here and let me close this one right now. And now what we need to do is that let's go to the environment variables first and see either we have environment variables for the Python or not. Okay, so again simply go here and go to environment variables, and here click on environment variables, and now you see that we have this Python here now, right? So we have Python things all available in the environment variables. Okay, and second thing is that now we need to ensure that either Python is successfully installed on my Windows machine or not. So there is a very simple trick for this one. Go to your terminal, and here simply you need to type Python --version. Okay, so now you see that it's reflecting the Python 3.12.0. This means that Python is configured and my system is recognizing the Python now. Okay, so this is the one way of installing the Python. The other way is that Microsoft Store is available. So Microsoft Store, click on this one, and it's just like a Google Store or Play Store, something like that. And here just go and search for Python and hit enter. So you will see that it's available for free, and this is Python 3.11, Python 3.10, 3.9. So you just need to click on this one and click on the get button. Okay, so it will install and configure the Python itself in your machine. Okay, as we have already installed the Python, so I'm not going through this process again, but you simply need to click on this one. It will simply download, install and configure the path for the Python on your operating system. And similarly, this is how you can actually install your Python on your Windows machine. But now when you have a Python, we need some editor, some integrated development environment in order to work with this one. Okay, so in our upcoming tutorial, like if we go here, if we type, let me see, so PyCharm, so you might not find this here, I believe. So let me go here. So but you can get the Visual Studio Code from here because it's a Microsoft, and you can start writing the script in this one. Okay, so you can install the Visual Studio Code from here. But for this tutorial series, I will be using the PyCharm, and let me go to the browser again here, and let me show you PyCharm, and it is by the JetBrains. So simply go this one, and this is specifically for writing the Python script. So it's very friendly when we start writing the script. So in our upcoming tutorial, I will tell you how to install the PyCharm on your Windows machine. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python series. This is our third tutorial on this one. In this tutorial, we will learn to install the PyCharm on the Windows machine. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that how we can install the Python in order to write the Selenium scripts. Now we need an integrated developer environment where we can actually write our scripts. Okay, and the most popular with Python is the PyCharm. You can use any other IDE, but we recommend that we should go with the PyCharm. So in order to download the PyCharm, just go to the browser here and search for download PyCharm. And the PyCharm is offered by the JetBrains. So this is a website. Click on this one, and here you will see that this the Python IDE for the professional developers, and it is available for the Windows, Mac, and Linux as well. And but you will see that it's free trial, right? And you will see some pricing here. However, there is one community edition which is for the development as well, and this is free and built on open source. So we don't need this professional developers ID, and our automation scripts will work properly on the community edition. So let's go down here, and here you have multiple options: .exe, .arm64. Just go with default one, click on download here, so it will start downloading automatically. In case if it doesn't install automatically, you can use this direct link as well. So I've already downloaded this one, so let me go to my folder here, and this is basically your setup file, and I'm running this one by double clicking on this one. Click on run here, and it will start the setup for PyCharm. So we will go with the yes option here. Then this is the first screen you will see here. Click on continue. Then it is asking where it needs to be installed. So go with the default one here, and you should have some space available. So the space required for this one is 1.5 GB. So you should have that much space in your system in that particular drive. Okay. So click on next. Now we have some options here. So do you really want to create a shortcut on the desktop? Check on this one. Then do we need to create association with .py? We can do that. We can also use this update path variable. So just click on this one because we don't need to do it manually. Just click on this one and go with association as well, and click next. Now it will ask where to install exactly. So go with this default one, click on install. So it will now installing the PyCharm in our Windows machine. So once it will be installed, I will open this one and see what kind of things you can do in order to configure this PyCharm for the Selenium with the Python. So it will take some time, and if you want to see some details here, so click here. So you will see that different files are being extracted, and it's installing this particular package on our machine right now. So meanwhile it's installing. So let me go back to this website here and just go to this features. So here you will learn about the different features here, which features are provided by the PyCharm. And if you go to the pricing session, so you will see that the PyCharm ID for professional developer, this is the cost per user for the first year, then second year, then third year, right? So if you want to go with this one, you can go. For individual use, again there's a different pricing, but what I believe is that we don't need this one because this is for the developers. We would be writing our scripts in Python for the automation testing, so we don't need this one. But in order to understand the different features, just go there and you can explore this particular area. So all things are available here. Okay, and it also has basically shown us the difference between the community edition and the professional edition. So both have intelligent Python editor, graphical debugger and test runner, navigation and refactorings, code inspection, VCS support. We don't need certifying tools. We are not doing a web development. We don't need a Python web frameworks, though we use the Python frameworks for automation, but these are not the basically a web frameworks. So we don't need this one. Even we don't need this Python profiler. We don't need a remote development capabilities, even the database and the SQL support. So if these are basically for the developers here, so that's why we didn't go with this one. We went with the PyCharm community edition here. And also you can go here, and from here you can also download this one and install the PyCharm. Okay, now let me go here, and here it says that you want to reboot now, or you want to reboot your system, because some configuration needs to be done when we actually restart. So right now I'm not restarting this one. I'm clicking on finish this one, and if I go to my desktop, so this is my community edition here on the desktop, and just start this one. And in order to work PyCharm properly, we need to restart it once. So ensure that you will restart this one. So I have already some files, some packages already created on this one. And now what we need to do is that simply go here and click on the new project. And this is a location where it will actually create a new project. Okay, and then we have this new environment using this virtual environment, and the location of virtual environment is this. And furthermore, when you're writing your Python scripts, either it's with Selenium or for any other tool, what you need to do is that you need a base interpreter, okay, which will interpret the Python. So it's saying that this is invalid. Okay, and let me select this one, and now what I need to do is that I need to go with the create, and it will create a main.py welcome script. Okay, so click on this one. I will go with this window here. Now it will create the project here, and it will set up a virtual environment in order to develop this one. Now this is the layout itself here in PyCharm, and this is a basic script. So in order to run this one, you see that the main file is selected. You can go with the current file. This is for the debugging, this is for the execution. So if I click on this one, so you say this, it printed hi PyCharm, right? So here, this is your project explorer. Then you have different options here. You can go with the commit, find, debug, hierarchy. So all options are available here. Then Python packages. If we have installed any packages, you will see that those packages are here. Then services. Then in order to execute some commands, we have this terminal here. Okay, and then version controlling, like when we have to commit our code. So from here, you can actually use git, okay, in order to commit your code. So this is a very basic highlight, and this is really simple to understand. And if I go to the options here, basically, so if I go here, so you will see that we have option for new project, new scratch file, recent projects, some settings, file properties, manage ID settings if you want. So some developers and automation engineers, what they do is that they make some changes to this ID as per their convenience, and you can import those, you can export those. Okay, and then we have this view options. So in view options, you will see this, we have tool windows where we commit, project, bookmark, find, run, debug. So all options are available here. We have learn option here. Then in terms of appearance, you can change the appearance from here. Okay, and if we go to navigate here, so navigate, search everywhere. Okay, in class, in file, in text, navigate in a file, right? In the code, we can inspect the code cleanup, analyze the code. So we have different options here. So mainly we will be using this run option. We will be using run, debug, right? That's the thing that we'll be doing in the automation context. So there are so many options. You can just go and explore these options from here. Okay, and in our upcoming tutorial, we will learn how we can install the Selenium in this particular project in the PyCharm ID. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python series. This is our fourth session on this one, and in this particular tutorial we will learn to install the Selenium with Python. So let's begin. Installing Selenium with Python is pretty much easy, and in order to install the Selenium with Python, let's go to the browser here and here search for pip, and this is the official website. Click on this one. So here you need to search for Selenium here, and it will land here to the Selenium package. Okay, so this is a Selenium one, and just click on this one. And here, in order to install the Selenium, we simply need to use this pip install Selenium command. Okay, there are further more instructions available here. You can look out this documentation from here. And now let's copy this one. And let me go to the desktop here. Let me create a new folder here, and I'm naming it as install Selenium. Okay, so first way is that just open this folder, and inside this folder right click and go to open the terminal. So you will see that we will be in this particular folder right now. Okay, so simply just paste this command and enter. So it will install the Selenium with just this single command. Okay, so it's really easy. It's really easy and really quick here. Okay, now simply go to the PyCharm here and go to open, and here let me open the project which I created right now. Install Selenium, this one. Click OK, trust the project, this window. So your project with the Selenium is installed successfully. Okay, so in some cases it might be saying that invalid Python interpreted. So click on this one and go here. You can select the interpreter. Let me go with this one right now. And here go to the externals and go to the libraries, and you will see that we are seeing different files here. Okay, and in terms of, let's go back here, then we have extended definitions, DLLs, site packages, right? We have Python here, then we have site packages. So inside the site packages you will find this Selenium. So Selenium 4.14.0 all installed here, and you will find these files here. Okay, so this is a one way of downloading and installing the Selenium with Python, which is pretty much very easy. Now the other way is that simply go here and create a new project and name the project where you want to create a project here. So simply let me create on the desktop, and I am naming the project here as create from PyCharm. Okay, and just click on the create here, this window, and we have the blank project creating here in the virtual environment. And now we need to open a terminal inside here. So there are multiple ways to open here, but simply just go here on the left side, click on the terminal here, and here simply we need to type the command. So let me go back here and copy this command, but you can also copy this command from different places. So simply go here and go to selenium.web.dev and go to the download sections here and go to this Python one. Just click on this one, and here again it is redirecting us to directly this pip project Selenium, and from here you can copy this one. And if you go to this API documentation, and here again you will find this command. So you can install or you can upgrade the Python bindings. So simply pip install -u Selenium. Okay, and alternatively what you can do is that you can download the source distribution from this website and archive it and run it, and then python setup.py.install. So you can also install the Selenium in this way, but I don't recommend in this way. The easiest way is just to run the pip command, and that's all. And now if I go here go here, copy this command, and again, now let's go to the PyCharm here, and inside this one, just paste this command and press enter. So now it will install the Selenium inside this particular project. Okay, in some cases it might take some time, but usually it's really fast, really quick, and your installation is done. Now once your installation is done here, you need to go to again this external libraries, and into the side packages you will find the Selenium here, right? So this is how actually you can install the Selenium. And if we really want to ensure that Selenium is working fine or not, so simply go here into the root project, create a Python file, and I'm naming it as a test. And when you select a Python file, so it will add .py extension at the end. Okay, so if I go back here and simply let me copy this piece of code, we will learn these step by steps in our upcoming tutorials. But just to ensure that Selenium is properly installed and it's working, so simply just go to the PyCharm here and paste this code here. And now in order to run this one, just go here on the top and simply go to this current file and run it from here. So what it will do is that it will open the Firefox, and inside the Firefox it will open this selenium.dev, and you see it is working fine. So this means that our Selenium is installed successfully using the Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python series. This is our 5th tutorial on this one, and in this tutorial we will be writing our first test script. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that how we can install the Selenium, and now let's create a very basic test. So I go to your folder here, right click on this one, go to new, go to the Python file, name the file. So I'm naming it as first test and create. So as soon as you go with this one, it will create your file here with .py extensions automatically because we have selected the Python file. Now the first thing is that when you ever start writing the script, we need a Selenium. We need a Selenium WebDriver, okay? Because all the methods we will be using are coming from that particular packages, okay? So in order to use or import the Selenium WebDriver, we need a keyword called from, then Selenium, okay, and from Selenium we need to import the WebDriver, okay. So now we can access different objects, different methods from there, okay. So the first thing is that we need to execute our script on any particular browser, okay. So we need to create an object of this one. Simply I will go here, browser equals to WebDriver, then dot, you see that we have a Firefox driver here, okay. So let me go with the Firefox first, and then we will see in our upcoming tutorials how we can use the different browsers here, okay. Now the thing is that you might have seen a different tutorials regarding the Selenium, and you have seen that we have to provide a driver file in order to execute our script. For example, if we want to execute our script on the Firefox, then in that particular case, we need to download a Firefox driver, which is a Gecko driver. We need to provide a path here in our script. But the good thing is that in our latest Selenium version, you don't need to provide the exe for the drivers. You just need to create an instance, then you can write your script. So you will see that I will be writing a script, browser dot get. So using this one, we can open the URL into the browser. Okay. So if I want to open the Selenium website, so simply http colon / selenium dev. So this is a website. So what it will do is that it will open the Selenium website into the Firefox browser. From here on the top, just go to the current file, and this is a execute button. Just click on this one and it will execute. And you see that we haven't provided the driver execution path. The Selenium latest version will automatically pick this one and do it for you. But in case if it doesn't work, so what you will do? Then in that case, you need to download the Gecko driver and provide the path. But I am pretty much sure that you don't need this one. You just simply go here and write your script directly. Now let me close this browser here. And now the first thing is that as you saw that it opened a browser, but the window size was smaller. And when we are writing the automation script, we need a full screen, full size. So it's really simple here. So browser, which is our actually the driver, browser dot, then we have a method called maximize window. Okay, now let me run this one and see what happens. So it will go and open the Selenium dev website, and it will also maximize the browser, and you see that it automatically maximized the browser. Now let me close this one here. And now what we need to do is that as we are writing our first test, so I will be going with a very basic test here. So let me copy this website here. Let me open a browser here and let me open this one here. So let me open this one here. And as soon as you land on the Selenium website, so you need to right click on this one, go to inspect here, and here what you need to do is that you need to go into a header here, head tag here, open this one here, and here scroll down and find the title. So the title of this particular main page is Selenium. Okay, now we will assert this value. We will verify that as soon as the user lands on this website, the title of this particular page should be the Selenium. Okay, and again, this is really simple. And what we will do is that simply I will create a one variable. I will name it as a title. And how we can get a title from the web page? So simply we will be writing browser dot. You see that we have a property called title. Click on this one. So now this browser dot title will have the title of the page which is open in this particular step. Okay, now but I'll use that. Let me go here and let's try to print this one. Okay, and see either we are getting the title with this particular command or not. Okay, now let's run this one and see what happens. So it should go to the browser, it should maximize the browser, it should open the Selenium website, and it should capture the title of this particular page. Now let me close this one and let's go here. So here in the PyCharm, you see that we have the title captured here, which is Selenium. Okay, now we have captured the title. Now we need to test, we need to verify. Okay, so in order to verify, simply with a simple assertions, so I will be using assert, and what we are asserting, we need a value which we are expecting is Selenium in title. So title is basically this one, which is we are getting on the runtime from the browser, and this is a value which we are expecting. So this is, expected versus actual value. Okay, and let's run this one and see what happens. So ideally it should find a Selenium and our test case should be passed here. Okay, so let me go to the PyCharm here again, and you see everything works absolutely working fine. Now What I'll do is that let me close the browsers from here and let me change this to Selenium 123 for example. And I'm intentionally failing it so that we can see how the failures look like. Okay, so just run this one and see what happens here. So again, it will execute the same script. And if I go to the PyCharm here, you will see that we have assertion here, error here. So basically, our script is trying to verify that the page should have a title Selenium 123, but in actual, it is getting the Selenium. That's why our assertion is getting failed. And this is how you can actually start writing the scripts. So we will be navigating to the website. We would be handling the different elements. We will be asserting those elements. And that's how we will be automating using the Selenium WebDriver. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to the Selenium with Python series. This is our 6th session on this one, and in this particular tutorial we will learn about the elements and locators in Selenium. So let's begin. When you are working with the Selenium automation, you will hear two terms very frequently. One is known as elements and other is known as the locators. Now, what are the elements and what are the locators? So in the context of Selenium, whenever we talk about the elements, so we are actually talking about the HTML elements. Okay. So when we talk about the HTML elements on the web page, so this is the web page right now. So this is a demo on HRM website, and this is the HTML web page. And here we have a different elements. So when we are saying elements, we are talking about the HTML elements. Now, what are the HTML elements? So we are actually talking about anything such as buttons, text fields, links, radio options, checkboxes, and so on. So whatever where we can interact are known as the HTML elements. Now, the second term we will talk about here is about the locators. Now, what are the locators basically? So we know that this is a field, this is an element, which is basically an HTML element. Okay, again, this is an element, this is an element. Okay, now in order to interact with these ones, we need to find these elements first using this script. Okay. So locators are basically mechanism or the techniques we will use to identify and locate these web elements. So if I need to locate, so this is a web element. Okay, this is a text field. In order to work with this one, in order to interact with this one, in order to provide some text, because this is a text field, in order to provide some text in this particular field, I need to locate this one first. Then I will be interacting with this particular element. So locators will help you to identify these web elements. Okay. And when we talk about the Selenium itself, so Selenium provides various type of locators which target specific elements. And the choice of locator depends on the attributes and the structure of the HTML code. Okay. So when we talk about the attribute, so if I go here, right click here, inspect here. So you see that this is the input field. And this class name placeholder, these are the attributes with the values. Okay, so in order to work with the automation, what we need to do is that we need to identify these web elements uniquely. Uniquely means for example, here if we try to find input field here, okay, so here are two input fields, right? So if I ask Selenium script that I need an input field, so it will be actually finding more than one text field here, right? It will not be able to identify this one. But if I say that I need an input field and the input field name should be username, then it will be identifying it uniquely, right? So in Selenium, in order to locate these web elements, we have 8 locators basically. the basic 8 locators. So if I go to my PyCharm here, so this was our very basic and first script which we written in our first tutorial. So here, if I go here and write browser dot, so find element, we have a method from the WebDriver interface which is find element. It will able to find the element, and now what we need to do is that we need to tell how to find this one. And as we just learned that locators are the techniques used to identify these web elements. So we will be saying that by dot. So you see that we can identify the web element using ID, XPath, CSS selector, name, tag name, class name, link text, and partial link text. So these are total 8 locators through which we can locate these web elements. Okay. So now when we talk about these things like ID, XPath, CSS selector, so basically the ID is, see on the top, right? And this is the fastest locator. So if you find the attribute ID in the HTML field, then you should go with the ID. Okay. So we are basically talking about, if I go here and inspect here, so basically this particular field doesn't have the ID, but in case if there's ID available, so we should go with the ID. So for ID example, let me go here and go to this very famous application, Internet Hero app. Let me go here and let me go to some like checkboxes here. And if I go here and inspect these checkboxes, so here you see that we have a form with the ID called checkboxes, right? So ID again here is basically a unique, and it should be unique. Okay. So in this case, I will be using the ID instead of going with the name, XPath, or other things. Okay. Now, if I go here and when we talk about ID, so using the unique ID attribute, again, these are the attribute. This is the tag starts from here, just like a HTML. Okay, this is a HTML tag. This is a head tag. This is a body. This is a div. So we need tag. In HTML, we have tags, then we have attributes and their values. Now, when we talk about ID, so we are talking about the ID attribute. So here, this is ID is the attribute here. Okay. Similarly, the name here is an attribute here. Okay. Then, if we talk about the class, so again, we will be locating the element using a class. And when we talk about the class name here, basically we are referring to the CSS class name. So this is basically a CSS class name. Okay, so this is a class and this is an attribute, and this is a value of attribute, and this attribute is basically a CSS value, CSS class name. Okay, then we can locate these elements by their HTML tag name. So here the tag is input. I can find this element or locate this element using this tag name as well. So tag name already starts with this less than sign. So this is a tag, and here this div is a tag. Okay, then we have this br is a tag, form is a tag. So these all that are known as HTML tags here. Okay, then we have a partial link text. So if I go here and let me show you here. So we covered ID. We know that the tag name, we know the class name. Now we are talking about the partial link text. So we will be finding the links. We can find the links by a portion of their visible text, portion, not the complete text. So let me give you an example here. So here, this is a link basically, and if I go here and click on this one, so basically this is forget is basically a link here. Go here. So no, this orange HRM. So this is a link here, and here slash. Sorry, this is the sign of the lesson sign. So here the tag is anchor tag, and it contains a link. Right? When it contains a link, this means it's a link. So I can identify this link using the portion of this visible text. So visible text is orange HRM, comma INC. So I can say that orange, I need to find a link which has a text as orange, for example. So it should, if it is uniquely identifying this one, then we will be using this one, else we will find some other way. Okay. Then we have a link text. So link text is basically, a complete text, finding the links by their visible text. So visible text is orange HRM, comma INC, right? And then we have a CSS selector, and then we have the XPath. So when you are unable to find the element using the ID, name, the link tags, partial link tags, class name, tag name, okay, then you should go with the XPath and the CSS. So basically, when we talk about CSS here, so this means that we are referring that we will be using the CSS selectors to target the elements. So we will be using the CSS of this element to find this one. Okay. And in similar way, we will be using the XPath. So XPath is basically an XML path. And if I go here, you will see that it's a tree-like a structure. Okay. So this is a body. Inside body, we have style, right? So it's inside a div, we have another div, then another div, then form, and so on. So this is a tree structure. So basically, technically, we will call it as a XML path, right? So XML path, we will be using a path of this element using a tree. Okay, we will say that, okay, this is a path. So you need to go from here and traverse here and go to this path. So this is the one way. The second way is that we can refer the direct path of this particular element. Again, this is also be known as XPath. So there are two XPaths available. So one is absolute XPath, the other is relative XPath. So when we talk about absolute, so it will traverse from top of it. So it will go from head, body, div. So it will go through each node here basically. Let's suppose if we want to find this image, so it will contain this complete path here. This is known as absolute path. And when we talk about the relative XPath, so it will directly go to this path here. Okay, so we will be looking into this relative XPath and the absolute XPath in the upcoming sessions. Now we know what are the elements. Now we know that what are the locators. Okay, so then how automation works. So let me open up Paint here, and now we know that we have elements which are basically HTML elements. Okay, and like we have check boxes, we have links, we have text fields, and we will be identifying this using the locators. So we have different locators available in the Selenium. So in locators we have ID, we can use name, we can use class name, we can use CSS selector, we can use XPath, we can use link text, we can use partial link text. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I'm missing one here. So basically ID, name. So the one more is basically a tag name here. So these are elements. We'll find these elements using these locators here basically. And once we use this one, now the third thing is this thing is basically performing or interaction with the element. We identified these elements using these locators. Now third is interaction. Okay, so what kind of interaction? For example, if it is a text field, so we will be typing something in that particular field. If there is a checkbox, so we might be clicking on the check or checking the checkbox, checking the box. Okay, so if there is a link, so clicking on a link. And the final and the last thing is basically once we have elements, we located those elements, we will be interacting with these elements, and finally we will be using assertions here. So assertions will help you to verify the functionality. Okay, so for example, if I go back here, for example, so this is a button here, a login button here. Inspect this one. So the tag name is button and it has different attributes, and the text is basically a login. And now we need to verify this, that there should be a button with a text known as login. Okay, so verify that there should be a button with a text and the text is login. So verifying the functionalities is again really important because we are just not automating. The purpose of automation is to verify the functionality, right? So these are the 4 steps: elements, finding the elements, interacting with the elements, and asserting those elements. So that's how actually the Selenium automation works. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python series. In this series we are learning Selenium from scratch and we'll be building up our skills from scratch till the advanced level. And in this particular tutorial we will be learning about a very famous and very great browser extension which is known as SelectorsHub. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that what are the elements and what are the locators, and we learned that in order to interact with any element we need to find those elements, right? And in order to find that, Selenium has provided us with the locators. And in previous tutorial, we saw that how we can manually go and find the locator of the element, right? But sometimes it's time consuming and sometimes you might not be able to find a unique locator. So then what is the solution? So for that, let me go to the browser here, and in browser, you need to search for SelectorsHub. SelectorsHub, and this is their official website. Just click on this one, and here you find this SelectorsHub, XPath, and Selectors plugin. They have already, they have other tools like Task Studio, Test Daily, Test Data, right? But for this particular tutorial, we'll be covering this one because we are right now learning Selenium with Python and we are focusing on the locators. Okay, so click on this one, and here you will find a very simple steps in order to use this plugin. Okay, right now you see that it is provided against almost all the famous browsers which we use. Right now I'm in the Firefox, so just click on this one, install, and if it is already installed, then you will not see this page, okay, because this is already installed on my browser. Let me remove this one. Okay, and if I go again back here and click on install, now you see this, we will get the message known as add to Firefox. Just click on this one and click on add. Now this will be added into our browser. So that's how this is really simple in order to install the extensions. So this is the basic extensions icon. If you click on this one, you will see different things available here. And in order to use this one, again, this is really simple. And let's take an example here. And let me go to the browser here. Let's go to the google.com. And here you see that we have different things available. Like we have this search field, we have button, right? And we have links as well. Now, in order to write a script, we need to locate the element in order to interact with this one. Simply, for example, I need a locator of this one. And again, this is really simple. Just right click on this one and go to the inspect. Okay. And once you go to the inspect here, So on the right side here, you will see that we have a tab for the SelectorsHub. Click on this one, and you see that whichever element we will highlight here, you will give a locator of this one. And now we know that we have a different locators available in the Selenium, like ID, we have class, we have name, we have XPath, we have CSS, right? So if I go here, so you will see that it's giving me the locator of that particular field. You see that the CSS selector is available, the XPath is available here. And now in order to verify this selector is actually working and it's unique in nature, so simply go in this particular area where you see the HTML and Control plus F, and here you see that search HTML, and I'm just pasting this locator here. Okay, and you see this particular field is highlighted here, right? And here it says that 1 out of 1. So this locator is unique, and we have within seconds we have a locator of this particular element. Now if I go to this CSS selector, and again if I paste this one and press enter, you will see that we have 1 out of 1 for this one, and the element is uniquely identified here, right? And here you can also start writing and verify the things from here. So you see that one element matching here, and here also they have provided this locator. Okay, and if you talk about this extension, so if you want to write and you need to verify, right, it's just not about writing the locator. Okay, it's about we need to ensure that we have the correct locator and it is uniquely identified, right? So you can write here, and in order to see that either you have the correct locator which is unique in nature, just type here and press enter. You will see that it says one element matching. This means it is uniquely identified here. And again, you will see that there are different options available, right? So if I click on this one, so even the beauty of this extension is that it will provide a complete the command here. So if I go to my PyCharm here, so we were like here, if we were like using the browser variable for the driver, but for example, if I'm using a driver here, okay, and let me change this to the driver here, driver, right? And if I go to the browser here itself, okay, so this is a search field, right? And now let me copy this from here, and simply if I go to my PyCharm here, and let me go here and provide this one, so I'm just good to go with this one. And in order to type in this field, simply I will go with .send keys. So this is really easy. Driver.find element by the XPath, and this is the XPath of this particular element, right? And in similar way, if I go back to the browser here, so you will see that if you don't want ID, so it will remove the ID. If you don't want class, it will remove that particular value, right? And then we have this particular option which will help to generate automation code for multiple selectors, right? So you can just go here and play around with this one, and again this will really helpful here when you are working with this one. And then if you are using the playwright, right, so in playwright you might need your locators containing in the double quotes. Okay, so you need to go with this one. Okay, so I go here on the top, and let me close this one as of now, and let me go here and inspect this again and go to the SelectorsHub. And if I go with this double quote and single quote, you see that it is automatically converting into a double quote. So it's just not helping the automation engineers who are working with Selenium, but if you are working with the playwright, and in playwright you have to go with the CSS or XPath selector, in that particular case they are also providing this feature with the double quotes, right? And then you can have the settings, you can customize the UI, right? So this is the beauty of this extension. You just need to go here, select this one, and after selecting this one you can just copy this one, and even if you want, so there is a strategy for access. If you want to turn this off, you can turn this off as well. So it's giving you all the features in order to locate the element uniquely. So you need to go and install, and that's it. So in our upcoming tutorials, we will be using this frequently. And again, this is also available in other browsers like Chrome. If I go here, so if you're using Chrome, Edge, Opera, right? So you can go and install this plugin on any of these browsers, and it's free of cost. There is one pro version, but I'm sure I can show you that you can get more sort of with the free version as well. But still, there are some unique and good features which are available in the paid version, which is having a very minimum cost. So if you find that if these paid options are good to you, so you can go and purchase that one. So from now onwards, in all the tutorials, I will be using, and you will be seeing that how quickly we will be creating our test scripts for the application. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python series. In this particular tutorial, we will learn to automate the login functionality. So let's begin. In our previous tutorials, we learned about the elements, locators, and we also learned about a very good extension known as SelectorsHub to locate the element. Now, if we talk about different web applications nowadays, and most of those web applications have the login functionality. So in this particular tutorial, let's see how to automate our login functionality here. So let me go here and let me create one new file, Python file here, and I'm naming it as login. Okay, and for this particular tutorial, I will be using this source demo website, and let me go to the browser here and let me open this one. So as soon as you land on this one, so you see that we need to provide the username, we need to provide the password. So in order to log into this particular application, so for example, this is they have provided some the demo users here, and I'm providing the username and password here, and I'm logging in. So this is basically a e-commerce website, demo e-commerce, where you can add the products, remove the products. But in order to go through this website, we need to log in into this application first. Okay, so in most of the applications you will be finding this functionality, right? So now what we need to do is that we need to learn how to automate this login functionality. Okay, so simply let's go to the PyCharm here and let me copy a few lines of code from our previous tutorial. Let me paste it here. Now the first thing is that we know that in order to work with the opening the website, we need to use this get method. And now I will go here and let me provide this URL. Let me copy this one and go back here and provide this one here. Okay. Now once we have this one, I'm not just automating this one, but I will also share some best practices. Okay. So if we go to this particular website here, so we know that we need to provide the username and we need to provide the password, and we know the values as well. Okay, so first thing what I will do is that I will create the variables for these ones. Okay, so username, okay, and the value of username. Similarly for password, I am creating a variable for the password. Now go here and let me copy the username from here, and this is where we need to paste it. Now go back here again, and now copy this one and go back here and paste this one here. Now we have defined our username password into the variables, and these variables are basically username and password. In a similar way, what I will do is that I will create a login underscore URL. Okay, and I will provide the URL. So URL for this, so let me copy this one from here and paste it here. Now as you saw that I'm not using directly in this one, so I don't need this line from here. Okay, and let me go here So I have created 3 variables, 2 for the username and password and 1 for the URL. So now in order to use or open the URL, simply driver.get, right? And inside that I will not be providing the complete URL. And in some cases the URL is big enough, so that's the better way to save it in a variable and then pass the variable here. Okay. And now what I will do is that I need to find the fields. I need to locate the username and password field. And again, the practice is that I will be creating variables, and here again driver dot find element. And if I go here, let me see, go here, right click here, and here you see that we have the ID here as well. So let me go with the ID, copy this one, and let me go back here, and so by dot ID and the value of ID. Now I have saved this value in this variable. Tomorrow if I need to perform different and multiple actions, I'll just call this one. I will call the variable, and with this variable I will be using the particular actions. In a similar way, let me go here and let me copy the complete line of the code from here and paste it here. So instead of this one, so now I need to identify or locate the password field. Okay, and let me go back here and let me inspect this password field. And again here we have ID. Let me copy this one and go back here, and the ID is here. Now what I need to do here, I need to provide the username in this particular field, and here I have located, okay, and save this value in this variable which is known as username underscore field. So in order to use this one, username underscore field, and using the send keys, I will be typing a text. And here there are two ways. Either I can just go here and actually provide a username and password, but we will not do this thing. We will not do any hard-coded things here. Tomorrow if there's any change in the username and password, okay, so I will just go here and change it. So that's why we have created the username here, and I am passing the username here. Again, let me copy this one and paste this one here, and here we'll be passing the password. Okay, so because this variable has this value, and again this username has this value. Okay, so here we have done this one. Now in a similar way, what I'll do is that I will be creating a locator, and I will saving it in a variable for the login button. Okay, so I'm doing it as login underscore button, and again driver dot find element by dot go here, and let me inspect this login button, and yes, we have this ID here. Let's go with the ID, and by dot ID and the value of the ID here. And now in order to click on this one, simply what I will do is that I will use login button dot click, and that's it. So that's how. And tomorrow if you want to perform more actions around the buttons or the fields or the links or any web elements, so this approach will be very good, because it will automate your code and it will be more efficient way. Okay, now what I need to do is that I need to assert, because this script will simply go and provide the username and password and click on the login button. But this is not sufficient. The purpose of automation is to test the functionality of the application. Okay, so how we will make sure that our script is working fine and is testing it properly? So we need assertions here. Okay, and the first assertion is that before clicking on this button, I need to ensure that this button is not disabled. It should be enabled, because when the button is disabled, you cannot click on it, right? So assert not login underscore not here, actually before clicking. So assert login underscore button. Okay, and I need to get the attribute, because these buttons will only be disabled if the element has a attribute with the value disabled. Okay, so if I go here and let's suppose, because this type, this class, this name, these are the attributes and they have their respective values here. So if someone wants to disable this one, they will be using this disable attribute to disable this one. Okay, so let me go back here. So here what I'll say, the property disabled. Okay, so basically I'm asserting that login button dot get attribute is not equals to display. So for not, simply go ahead and type not. So we are asserting that this login button should not be disabled. And how we are verifying this one? We are simply getting the attribute of the web element and we are saying that it should not be disabled. And that's simple. And now, how we know that we have successfully logged into the application? Okay, so if I go back here and if I provide the username and password here, go here and provide this one. Go here, provide this one. Okay, so as soon as we logged in, so usually you will find different messages, welcome to this dashboard, or some kind of information you will get. And here, for example, this products. Okay, so if I assert that if we got this products text here, then we assume that our script has successfully logged in, right? But this is not limited to this one. You can assert any element here which will make you ensure that your user have actually logged in using the script. So that's the idea. So simply what I'll do is that I'll go here and here I will go here. I'm creating one more variable. So I'm calling it as success element or the logged in element, and then driver dot find element. And here if I go here, so let's go with this one. So as we know that we have installed the SelectorsHub and we have the relative CSS selector available with this one from here, and now provide here. So by dot CSS and the value of this one. Okay, now we have located the element. Now it's time to assert the value. So assert, so success element, and now success element, if you want a text from this particular web element, so simply type dot text. So this will actually give us, because this has the element, because we have located using this one, so this variable has this locator, right? So we, in order to get a text from the locator, you can simply type here the variable name dot text. It will give us a text. So simply now we will assert this value and we will say it should be products. Okay, so I'm giving double S just to see how it works, because it will make you understand how the things will fail or how the things will pass here. Okay, so let me run this one here and see what happens here. So it should be going to the website, it should be providing username and password and logging this one, and also it should asserting. Now here you see that we have unfortunately typed into the username field. So if I go here in my script, so we have this username, we have this password, we have located these two separately. So let's look into the error here. So unable to locate the element. Okay, that's fine, because it haven't reached to this point, because if we go here, you see that it's provided both username and password here. Again, username should be provided here and password should be provided here, right? So let's see here. So what is the problem? Simply, if I go here and let me look into the code, so our username is this value, our password has this value. That's correct, right? Now element, so the problem here is that we are using with the username.field and we need to go with this one, right? Simply go here and provide this one. Now it should work. So whenever you face any problems, just try to resolve those problems, and that's easy. You need to try to understand what is the problem. Now you see that we have successfully logged in into this page, and our script is got executed successfully here. Simply here, but here you see this, we got assertion error because we are expecting products which is not equal to the products. That's why we are getting this assertion error here. Okay, now let me close these ones, and if I go back here, so it's simply products with the capital P. So simply if I go here and remove the S here, now if I run this one, so you will see that it will be logging in successfully, and this time there will be no assertion errors here. So the execution was really fast here, and if we go here, you'll see that we have no assertion error here. So in this way, you can automate the login functionality. Again, this is the linear way. In our upcoming sessions, first we will learn the basics and foundations in this series, but after that we will be converting this thing into different frameworks where we will not be writing the linear scripts. We will be writing the code in such a way that it can be optimized, it can be reusable. So we'll be using the frameworks in that particular case. But right now, just to kickstart the things, this is a very good way to start learning Selenium with Python, and that's how you can automate the login functionality here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python series. In this particular tutorial, we will learn about the browser commands. So let's begin. When you're automating any web application using Selenium, you might also need to interact with the browser. So for example, if I go to the browser here, you want to maximize this one, you might need to refresh this one, you might need to close this one. So these are basically the browser commands. So we will be using the browser command in order to perform these actions. So now let's go to the PyCharm here and let me create one file here and let me name it as browser commands, and let me copy the basic lines of code from here and paste it here. Okay, and also we need to import these things simply here, and we are good to go. Now if I remove this line from here, and let me remove these things from here as well. And now the first thing is that we need to navigate to the particular website. For this tutorial, I'm using this orange HRM demo website. So let me copy this one from here, and let's go back here and provide this one here. And now let's try to run this one and see what happens. And simply it will open the Firefox browser and it will open this particular website in there. And sometimes you might face this problem as well, because this problem occurs when your browser is not updated. Okay, so let me update this one, and once it will be updated, I will execute this again. Okay, so so the update is done. Let me close this one, and now let's run this again and see what happens here. So it should open the Firefox browser and it will open the particular application. Okay, so here you see that it's not opening into a complete browser or the maximize option. Okay, so let me close this one here, and in order to use maximize this one, so simply driver dot, you see that we have a maximize, we have minimize. So if I go with this one, so it will simply maximize the browser. So run this again and see what happens here. So I should open now and I should maximize this browser here as well. So it's loading and you see that it maximized this browser here as well. Now let me close this one from here, and now let's try to minimize this one. Dot, then we have minimize, and now let's see what happens here. So let's run this again and see. So it should open and see now what it will do. So it's opening the Orange demo website here, and you see it minimizes the browser, and from here actually I'm opening it again. So that's how you can minimize the browser here. And then if I go here, dot, we have another method which is known as full screen window. So this time let's run this one and see what happens. So simply it will go there and let's see what it will do. So maximize and full screen are basically two different methods here, and there's a slight difference between there. So now you see that is not maximizing the browser. It actually opened the application in the full screen, right? So I need to hover above to see it here, right? So that's the difference between the full screen and the maximize here. Okay. Now let me change it back to dot maximize, and once it is maximized, now what I need to do is that I need to show you about the back, forward and refresh here as well. So simply driver dot find element by dot. So I go here and open this orange and here. Let me go here and copy this one from here, and let's open this one here and see what happens. So simply if you go here, and this is a forgot your password link, okay, and if you click on this one, so it is redirecting the user to this reset password screen. Okay, so let's try this one and let's click on this one and see what happens here. So for this one, let me go here and open this one in the Chrome, because we have the SelectorsHub here, and through which we will actually locate this element. We will get the desired locator from there. Just right click on this one and let me inspect this again to ensure that we are actually locating the correct element. Then go to the SelectorsHub here, and you see that we have this particular CSS selector. So let me copy this one from here. Let me go back here. So by dot CSS and the value of the CSS. Okay, once we have this one, so simply we will click on this one, and now after clicking on this one, the user is basically on the forgot password screen. Okay, so simply very easy, driver dot back. Okay, but before that, let me put some intentional delay here so that we can see the execution properly. So I'm putting a delay of 5 seconds. So again, let me copy this one and let me paste it here, and after this, basically again I'm putting some delay here, and in order to move forward, so simply driver dot, you will see that we have a forward method here. It will go and forward this one, and now again I will putting some time here, and after that, if we want to refresh the page, again it's really easy here. Simply go here, driver dot refresh method, and it will refresh the page. Okay, and now let's run this one and see what happens here. So simply it will go to the browser, it will maximize the window, it will navigate to our HRM website. It will click on the forgot link, then it will click. So you need to observe the above browser arrows here on the top left. So you see that we are on the forgot password. Now it will move back after 5 seconds. Then again we will move forward using the browser, this one, and after 5 seconds we will be refreshing this one. So you see that it's refreshing right now. Okay, and also if we want to, after execution of a test, we want to close the browser, right? So what we will do is that simply go here, driver dot close. Okay, and now if I go here, and let me close this browser from here now. So this time it will again execute the same steps, and at the end of the execution it will close the browser as well. So when you are actually automating the applications, after the execution you need to close the browser. You don't need to create the multiple instances of the browser, because it will make more heavier and unrealistic tests. Okay, so again you will see that it's using the browser navigations here, and once the navigations are done, and eventually it will close the browser at the end of this execution. Okay, so it refreshes now, and after that, once it will be refreshed, the browser will be closed. So you can actually use these methods from here. And also when we talk about our first test here, so here you see that we are talking about the title. So again, the title, we are getting the title using the driver.title, and here the title is a property, not a method. However, this maximize window, then if we talk about this minimize window, then we have full screen, then we have back, we have forward, we have refresh, close. So all these are basically methods here. Okay, thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Selenium with Python series. In this particular tutorial, we will learn about the viewport in the Selenium. So let's begin. Nowadays, most of the applications are responsive in nature. So by responsive means they will adjust the layout according to the screen size. So in that particular case, we need to test our application on the different screen sizes. And when we talk about automation testing itself, so we are basically talking about the different viewports here. So if I go to the browser here, let me show you what I'm talking about. So let me take example of Google here. So let me go to google.com, and so this is the google.com page, and now right click on this one, click on inspect, and here you will see on the right side here, you see this one. Just click on this one. So basically, if your application is responsive, you need to test your application on different screen resolution. So you might need to check on iPad how your application, web application will look like, right? What would be the mode? So there are different screen resolutions. You see that if I change from here, you will see there's a different screen resolution coming in. And now if your application is responsive in nature, you need to test your application on different screen resolutions. Now let's directly jump into the PyCharm here and start writing code and learn how it works. So simply go to the folder here, create a new file. I am naming it as Viewport, and this already exists. So let me remove this one from here, and let me create one more file here. Simply go here, and I will name it as View. So the first thing is that we need to import this WebDriver here from Selenium. We need to import WebDriver, and now the first thing is that let's go with a very simple script. And in the simple script, what we need to do is that we will create a driver, and now if your application is responsive in nature, you need to test your application on different screen resolutions. So you might need to check on iPad how your application, web application will look like, right? What would be the mode? So there are different screen resolutions. You see that if I change from here, you will see there's a different screen resolution coming in. And now let me show you. So driver is equal to WebDriver dot Chrome, and now we need to visit the website. So driver dot get, and inside that we need to pass a URL. So let me copy this URL from here, and let me go back here and provide this one. Okay, and now if I execute this one, so see what happens. So it will open the browser, and in the browser it will open the Chrome, and here you see that there was a specific screen size. So in the Selenium we have one method, WebDriver method, which is known as set window size. So for example, driver dot set window size, and here we need to provide width and height. So let's suppose if I need to give some specific resolution, like let me go with 786 comma. So first one is the width, the second one would be height here. So I'm changing some width and height here, and after this let me add some sleep here, time dot sleep, so that we can see the difference here once it will change. So now let's run this one and see what happens here. So it's open here, and now you see that the screen size got changed. Now there is a one size we can provide here in this particular method, driver.setWindow, but you might to test this on the multiple different screen sizes or the viewports. So how you can do this? So simply from here I will create one array where I will define all the viewports. Okay, so viewports is equal to, so the array, and here you know that we need to provide the two things here. We need to provide the height and the width. So I will go with the bracket. So I'm giving the first resolution like 24,768. So this is our first resolution, then comma, and let me give the 786, and let me reverse this resolution, 1024, and now let me go with some mobile size resolution here, and here let me give 375,667. So I given the three different screen resolutions or the viewports. And now what I'll do is that after opening this one, for this part I will do some changes here. Now you see that we have three different screen resolutions. Even we can go with the more here, and it's 414, this one, and go here. So 414 comma, and it's 896. So 896. Now we have these viewports or different screen sizes now defined here in this particular array, and from array we need every value every time. Okay, so what I'll do is that I will iterate through this one, but I will do this in the try and catch mechanism. Okay, and now I will start with a loop here. For I'm giving width comma height, because we have two values here, width comma height in viewports. And now this loop will, inside this loop I will be writing driver dot set window size, and here I will be passing width comma height. Okay, and that's it. And simply I'm giving here time dot sleep, so that when it changes the screen size we can actually see it. And now I will finally, what I will say, finally comma, then driver dot close. So basically we are simply running this into try and final, and we are just looping through this array, and we are saying that the first value you will get is the width, the second value you will get from here is the height, and it's looping in this particular viewports. And So as soon as it's getting the value, because loop will continue until the condition will be false here, and every time we'll get some width, some height here, which we are passing here instead of the hard-coded value which we did just right now. So here now we are passing the values from here. So let's run this one and see what happens. So again, it will open the browser, it will change the first one, then second one, then third one, and I have put some delay between the changes so that you can see that. So it will keep, changing after every time. So you need to change the viewports, and you can write the code after this one. So if you have some validations, so you can have validations here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to the Selenium with Python series. In this particular tutorial, we will learn to automate the checkboxes. So let's begin. Checkboxes are one of the common functionalities we have in the web applications. Now for this particular tutorial, I will be using this particular demo site. Let me copy this one. Let's go to the browser here and open this URL. So this is a form basically, and in this particular form, we have this checkboxes. So there are around 7 checkboxes here. So it contains the days. So now in order to automate this one, the simple approach is that using the click, we can click each of these ones and then again click on this one to uncheck this one. And the second approach is that we can use the space bar on the keyboard to select or uncheck or check this one. Okay, so there are 2 ways. Now let's go to the PyCharm here and let me create a one new file, and I'm naming it as checkboxes. Okay. The first thing is that we need to import a WebDriver from the Selenium. So from Selenium import WebDriver. Okay, and then Selenium dot WebDriver dot common dot by, then import the by, because we will be using by in order to locate the element. So first thing is that we need a WebDriver. So browser equals to WebDriver dot Firefox. Okay, and now we need to navigate to this particular page. So browser dot get method, and inside this we will be passing the URL. So let's go here and copy the URL from here and paste it here. Okay, now we will maximize this one. So using the maximize window method here to maximize the window. And once this is done, so basically if we go here, and so this dropdowns are a bit down here. So let's try to scroll a bit here so that we can check these ones. For these ones, what we will be doing is that we will be using JavaScript executor or executor. So simply browser dot execute script, and inside this one we need window dot scroll to, and here we will go with the first thing is that 0. So vertical and the horizontal things we need to do. And the second thing is that document dot body dot scroll height. Okay, So scroll height, and we need to close the small bracket here, then terminator, and we are good to go. So window dot scroll to 0 comma document dot body dot scroll height. So it will scroll the available height here. Okay, and once we are done with this, now what we need to do is that we will be finding all the checkboxes. Okay, so we can select the single checkbox. So for that, even go here and inspect this one, and let me inspect this checkbox, and using the SelectorsHub, let me copy the relative XPath from here, and let me go back here. So browser dot find element by dot XPath, and we need to provide the XPath here. Okay, so if I go back here, so we need to use this one, and now copy the XPath from here and paste it here. Now once we do this, we need to click on this one. Okay, and after that I will wait for 5 seconds so that we can see the execution here. So save this one and run this one again, and now it will go to the browser, it will max and scroll down, you see that, and now here it will select the Sunday here. Let's see what happens here. So seems like there's some problem. Let's see what is the issue here. So the issue is basically, let's go here. So given XPath expression, okay, invalid selector exception. Okay, so it's not driver dot find element. We need to pass XPath value. So remove this complete one from here, and let me go back here, and we just need a selector here. We don't need a driver here, right? So the XPath is basically this part, right? So this is the XPath. So this one. Let me copy this one from here. So there's small brackets. Let me copy this one from here, and then now I'll go here, Control F, paste this one to check either this is valid or not. So we need to remove this part from here. We need to remove this bracket. We need to remove this particular one here, and we need to remove this one here. So now if I enter this one, so now it says 1 of 1. So this is our correct XPath here. So let me copy this one and paste it here. So this is the correct one, and now run this one again. This time it should work, and it should go to this particular form. It should scroll down and then check the Sunday. So you see that Sunday is basically checked here. Now what I will do is that simply if I go back here and if I use this command again, so I'm reducing this time to 3, and if I use this, so basically what I'm doing is that I'm clicking on this again, and again I will wait for 3 seconds here. So once I'll do this, basically it will go and check the Sunday, then wait for the 3 seconds, then uncheck this one, because we know that if we click on this one, it will check, and if we click again, it will uncheck this one. So you see that it's unchecked the value from here. Okay, now what we need to do is that, for example, we need to check all the checkboxes at once. So how we can do this? So let me remove this part of line. Now in order to check all the checkboxes, I need to identify all the checkboxes on this particular web page. So let me go to the browser again, And let me show you something here. So if I inspect any of these checkboxes, so you will see that the tag is input and the type is checkbox. So if you hover any of this one or inspect any of this one, you will see that it's input and type equals to checkbox. So based on this one, I will write a XPath which will grab all the checkboxes. Okay, so I will create a variable here and I will leave it as checkboxes equals to browser dot find elements, because there are more than one checkboxes, so we need to go with the find elements. Okay, and I will be using dot XPath here and the value of the XPath. So this is simple, // input, then at the rate of the attributes type equals to the checkbox, and here we need to close the large bracket. Okay, so this is a simple XPath I have written to get all the checkboxes here. So let me copy this one and let me go back here, and here just Control F and Control V and hit enter. So you see that we got 1 of 7, so there are 7. So basically it identifies all the checkboxes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is the valid XPath. Now we have all the check fields in this one. So in order to select all of these ones or check all of these ones, so what I need to do is that I need to iterate, I need to loop in. Okay, so that's really simple. So for checkbox, okay, in checkboxes, and here checkbox dot is selected, then so basically inside the loop we need to check the condition as well. So if the checkbox is selected, okay, then what I'll do is that, okay, so before this one, we'll do this later on. So simply if the checkbox loop in into the checkboxes, and simply checkbox dot send keys, and here keys dot space. So you can check using the click. You can also check the checkbox using the space key on the keyboard. So I'm using the space key here, and now let's run this one and see what happens. So it should go and check all the checkboxes. Once it will check all the checkboxes, so what else we can do? We can actually verify the count of the checkboxes available on this particular page. Okay, so you see that all the checkboxes are checked here. So using the loop, you simply check all the checkboxes. Instead of using the key store space, I can also use the click method here as well. Okay, so now what I need to do is that I'm creating one more variable here. So checked underscore count equals to 0. Now your test case is that you need to verify the count of the checkboxes available on this particular page. For example, your requirement is that there should be 7 checkboxes. Now you need to verify this using the Selenium script. Okay, so I have created a one variable and the initial value is 0. Now again I will loop in for checkbox in checkboxes. Okay, and now I will use if condition. If checkbox dot is selected, so if this is selected, then because we need to check after selection, right? So checked underscore count, and I'm incrementing this value to 1 whenever this condition is true, because in the previous loop we have checked all the checkboxes. So that's why I'm using a condition here. So if the checkbox is selected, so based on that the increment should be done on the check count. So increment of 1 should be done, and this will loop till there's a false against this one. Okay, and now what I'll do is that I create one variable called expected underscore checked underscore count, and we are expecting, let's suppose, 9, and simply I will go with another if condition. If check count is equals to expected check count, then print here. Simply I'm printing here, so you can assert these values as well. So check box count verified. Okay, else what we can do is that, as we say, if this is not the case, so simply go and print checkbox count mismatch. Okay, and here what I'll do is that I will intentionally add some time.sleep so that we can see the executions here, and finally I will be closing the browser here. So browser dot close. Okay, so now our script is ready, and let's run this one and see what happens here. So basically first we are actually checking all the checkboxes, and then based on the how many checkboxes are already checked, so based on this one we have the condition, and based on the condition it will count how many checkboxes are checked here. So here you see that it says checkbox count mismatch, and we are saying 9, we are expecting 9. However, in actual there are 7. We have already seen this one. So for example, if I change this to 7, and now if I run this one, so this time it should print the checkbox count verified. So again it will go to the form here, and it will check all the checkboxes here, and 7 checkboxes are checked, so the count is 7. So expected and actual count is equal now, and you see that the checkbox count is verified here. So that's how you can actually work with the checkboxes. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the dropdowns in a detail with the real-time examples. So let's begin. Dropdown functionality is very much common these days in the website. So for this particular tutorial, I will be taking an example of Internet Heroku app. So here you need to go down here, and here you will find a dropdown. Just click on this one, and here you see that this is a dropdown. And if you click on this one, you have different options available, and from these options you can select only one option. Either you can select this one or this one. Now what we need to do is that we need to automate this functionality. Okay, so for this let me go to the PyCharm here, and let me create one new file here, and I'm naming it as Dropdown1. And the first thing is that we need a driver, right? So simply driver is equals to WebDriver dot I'll go with the Firefox, this one, Firefox, and then I need to maximize the window using this driver. Okay, and here you see that we are getting some error here. If I hover on this one, so it says that import. So just click on this one, and here you see that we are getting all the information regarding the different drivers available. So we are using the Firefox, so I will click on this Firefox, or simply I can import the WebDriver here. Okay, And now the issue is resolved, and using this driver, now I will maximize the window first. Okay, so driver dot maximize window. Okay, and now the first thing is that when your browser is maximized, we need to open a URL of the application. And the good practice is that you should create a variable and save the URL into that particular variable. So I'm creating a variable which is login underscore URL, and here I will having this particular URL. So let me go to the browser here. So this is the URL, and let me copy this one, and let me go back to the PyCharm here and provide this URL. Now, instead of providing the complete URL, in the driver.get method, I will provide this particular variable. So driver dot get, and inside this I will provide the URL, and the URL is inside this particular variable. Okay. Now this particular code will open this Internet Heroku app / Dropdown, and it will maximize the Firefox browser as well. Okay. Now, in order to interact with the Dropdown, we need to create an object of a select class. So select class is available in order to interact with the Dropdowns. So for that, select is equals to, with the capital S, select, and here we need to provide the element, okay, the drop-down element. So this means that before that, if I go here, you will see that import this one. So we need to import this one, right? So select support.select, okay, this one. Now this particular function needs a drop-down value, okay. So this needs a locator of the drop-down. So for that, what I will do is that I will create one variable which is known as Dropdown. I will say it element, and the way is that driver dot find element, I will say by dot ID, and I need to provide the ID if there is an ID available, okay, as we will go with any other option. So we need to import the by here as well. And if I go here and right click on this one, go to the inspect here, and here you see that ID is available, which is drop down. So I will go with the ID simply and provide the ID here. And now I need to provide this element to this select object, okay. Now when we are using the select, we have three different ways to select a value from the dropdown. The first one is by the visible text, other is by index, third is by the value, okay. So let me put some some comments here, and instead of this one, let me just comment here. So there are three ways. Select the value by visible text. This is something which we can do. Then we have select the value by index, and the third thing is that we can select the option by using a value itself. And if I go here and if I use this select dot, so you will see that I'm getting these three different functions here, or the methods: select by index, select by value, select by the visible text. So first go with the visible text here, and if I go here and if I need to select this option 2 here from here, so the visible text is option 2, right? 2. So let me copy this one and let me go here, and here we need to provide this value. Okay, and that's how we can use this particular function. Now let's run this one and see what happens. So it should open the Firefox browser. It should maximize the browser. Then it will open this Internet Heroku app. Then you see that option 2 got selected successfully. Now let's use another method here, which is, by the index. So I'm commenting this line here. Instead of this, I will say select by index. So index are basically starting from the 0. Okay, so if I go here, so the first value will be on the index 0, then 1 and 2. That's how indexing works. So if I see here, this please select is also a value here somehow. Okay, so on index 0, this is please select an option, then index 1 and then index 2. Okay, so go here and simply provide the index here. So let's see 0, 1. So if I provided the 1, and let's see which value it will be selected, but the indexing is starting from 0, 1, 2. Okay, so I'm not sure here either it will consider this please select an option or not. Ideally should not, and based on 0 and 1 it should select option 2. Okay, let's run this one and see what happens. But that's how actually we can work with the select by index. Okay, so again it will open the website, and now you see that option 1 got selected. And if I need to go with 2 here and run this one here, this time it will select the option 2 here. So let's run this one again and see, because it is considering this particular placeholder text as well, this please select an option as well. Okay, so that's why. Now we have learned this one as well, and the third one is basically select by the value attribute. Okay, so simply select, then select by value, and we need to provide the value here. Okay, and value needs to be provided into the string format. And if I go here and see, here you will see that value equals to 1 and value equals to 2. Copy this one from here, and we need to provide this one here. Okay, and now run this one and see what happens. So this should select the drop down based on the value of the attribute. Okay, now it successfully selected the option 2 here. So this is how in the basic terms you can interact with the drop downs, like the value based on 3 different functions or the methods available, which is select by value, select by index, and select by the visible text. Okay, now this was a very basic thing here. Let's move a bit ahead of it. And now the second thing is that when we're talking about the test cases itself, your first test case can be like, you want to verify the count of the drop-down values. Okay, so for example, if you go here and you want to ensure the count of these drop-down values, for example, as per your test case, these should be 3 values or 2 values. Okay, and you need to verify. So for that we need to count these values and then verify. Okay, so now what I'll do is that instead of using this one, so let me put a comment here as well. And now the thing is that when we have this select and we have this drop down element here, so based on this one we can count the values. So what I will say is that I will create a variable option underscore count, and using length. Okay, and here select dot options. So basically this will give a length of select options and save it in this particular option underscore count. Okay, and let me remove these lines of code. Now, for example, right now we are not using any framework like PyTest or something, unit test or something. So we will be setting this value manually. Manually means that we will be using if else here. Okay, as of now. So we are creating one variable and we are saying that the expected count is equals to 5. So this is we are expecting. And now what I will do is that I will use if here, if option underscore count is equals to expected count. If this is true, then print. Now print, we say that, for example, this case passed, count is correct. Okay, if this is true. Else I'm printing here, but in future we will be using the proper assertions here. Okay, else this case failed and this case failed, count is incorrect. Okay, that's it. Now let's run this one and see what happens here. You should open the browser. This time we are not selecting any value. We are getting a count and verifying the count of drop-down options. Okay, so here test case failed, count is incorrect. Okay, so apparently I believe the count is 3. So now let me save this one and just from here, and now let's run this one again and see what happens. So because it is considering this please selected option as well, and let me go here. Yes, this time test case pass, count is correct. So that's how you can count the values of the drop down and assert. We will learn the assertions in our upcoming session, but as of now I'm just using if else to show you how you can actually verify the count. Okay, now the third thing is that I need to find for example, if this dropdown contains option 2, right, if this value is there in the dropdown, then select this value, else don't select. Okay, so my test case is that my script should go, and if my script will find option 2, then only it should be selected, else it should not be selected. Okay, so what I'll do is that simply, so let me remove these lines of code from here. Okay, now what I'll do is that I will say target, I'm creating a variable here, target underscore value, and the target value is basically option 2. Okay, and now there can be a multiple values 1, 2, 10, 100. So in order to go through these values, we need to loop these values. So for option in drop down dot options, okay, and drop down underscore element dot options, and inside the loop I will say if option dot text is equal to target underscore value. Okay, if this happens, then option dot, we have a method click, then option dot click. Simply click on, if it matches, then click on this one. Okay, and for sake of this, I will print, and print here is that selected option is, so I will pass the target value here, and if it will find this particular value, obviously it will select this option. So I will break so that it should come out of the loop. For example, when loop started and loop identified or find the value in the 10th iteration, okay, and there are total 100 values, so I don't want to execute my loop for the 100 times. As soon as I will find the value, I will break the loop. Okay, so this is why I'm using a break here. Now else, if this is not the case, okay, so I will say print, and I will say option, this is the target value, okay, target value not okay, that's it. Now let me run this one and see what happens here. So you should open the browser, go to the website. It should select the option 2, but it is not working. It says web element as attribute. Okay, dropdown dot elements dot options. So instead of using it directly, what we need to do is that we need to use, because the web element object has no attribute options. Okay, so just like my previous example, what I need to do is that simply I will say select is equals to select, and inside this I need to pass the value here, and instead of dropdown underscore element, I will say select dot options, and save this one and run this one. Now this error should be fixed and it should be working fine as per expectations, and it should select the option 2. Yes, option 2 is selected successfully and our code got executed, right? You see, option 2 is found, select option 2. So we are printing these values. Okay, now if I say 3 and option 3 is not available, so what happens? Okay, so it should go to this else body, and it should say that it doesn't found this option. Okay, and it should not be being selected here. Okay, so option 3 not found. Okay, this means that our code is working fine. So we have learned 3 things today. First one is that we learned, so let me summarize this thing here. So first thing is that how to interact with Dropdown, then how to use select class, then we learned that how to use 3 different methods, 3 different methods, and these methods are select by visible text. Then we learn that select by value, and third thing is that select by index. Then also we learn that how to count the values, and also what we learned is that if loop the drop down value, and if the desired value found, select that value. So we have covered all these in our today's tutorial. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to find the broken links. So let's begin. First, let me show you the example of the broken link and then we will see how we can automate this one. So for this particular tutorial, I will be using a jQuery website. So this is a website, jQueryui.com, and here if you see that there are multiple links available here. And if I go to this contribute and if you click on this CLA, you click on this one, you see that the page not found. So this link is broken and it returned 404. So this is a broken link. Now we need to automate this thing. Let's go to the PyCharm here and let me create one new file and I will name it as broken links. Okay, and the first thing I need to do is that I need to use the driver, maximize the browser, open the application. Okay, so the first thing is that let's create a variable URL and let's have the value of this URL here, and let me go back here, copy this URL from here, paste it here. Now what we need to do is that we need a driver. So driver is equals to WebDriver dot Chrome. Okay, and here you go on this one, import this name, and you see that we have all the drivers options available. Go with the Selenium WebDriver because it contains all these drivers. And now the second thing is that we need to maximize the browser, driver dot maximize window. And now we will open the URL, so driver dot get, and inside this I will pass this variable which is known as URL. It contains the complete URL. Okay, now I need to get all links, so there must be more than one link, right? So I will say all underscore links and driver dot find elements, because there will be more than one element, there will be more than one link, right? So that's why we'll be using find elements. And how to find the elements? So if I go to this particular website here and if I right click on this one, so basically you see that this is an anchor tag, and inside anchor tag there is an attribute called href. So what I will do is that I will get all the tags with the, basically what I will do is that I will get all anchor tags and it will give me all the hrefs as well. Okay, so simply what I'll do is that, so by dot tag underscore name, and we need to import the by here, and then the tag which I need is anchor tag here. So it will give me all the anchor tags available on that particular page. Now let's print the count of this one. So simply print, and then I will say f and then total number of links on the page colon. So here we'll be using a length, and here we'll passing this all underscore links here. Okay, so it will basically print this one. So let me run this one and see what happens. It should print the total number of links on this particular page. So we got some error by dot tag underscore name. So let me go here. I think there's a typo mistake. So let's go with the tag underscore name. Yeah, this is the correct one. And now let's run this one again, and it will print all the links available on this page. So there are 112 links on this page. Okay. Now, as we see that there are more than one link. So what I need to do is that I need to loop these links. I need to traverse these links one by one. And when I am traversing, I will be getting the href, because href contains the URL. So here you see that this href attribute contains the URL. So I will get this href and it will contain this URL. Once I will have this URL, I will hit this URL. So if I hit this one, just clicking here, so it's basically hitting this URL. Okay, and I'm getting the response of this one. So when we talk about the broken links, so broken links basically, that's having the status like 400, 401, 404, 500. So get any status greater than 400 is basically considered as a broken link. Okay, so simply what I'll do here is that I will write a loop here for link in all links. So when I start the loop, so I need a href. So I will say href, this is a variable, link from link dot. So basically I need to get an attribute. So href is an attribute. So get attribute, and which attribute I need is a href. Okay. Now when I get this attribute, it will save the value here. Okay. And this is basically a HTTP URL. Now I need to hit this URL. So in order to hit this URL, I will be using the request from the Python, and I will use that request to hit the URL. So simply I will create one variable called response. I need to save response over there. So request dot get, and inside this I will pass this particular variable because it contains the URLs which I extracted from using this loop. Okay, now here import the request. So you see that request has been imported, and this is not coming from the Selenium. Okay, this is coming from the Python itself. Okay, now it will hit this one, and now once it will hit the URLs, now I will use a condition here. So condition is that if response dot, you see that we have a status underscore code. So response dot status underscore code is greater than and equals to, okay, then I will say okay, print. Right now I'm just printing this one. So print, what print? So broken link, and I will pass this header. This is a variable, and now I will say status code, and that status code would be basically response dot status underscore code. Okay, and I will close it here, and I'm done. So simply now I will close the driver at the end. Driver dot quit. Okay, so basically what I'm doing is that I'm getting all the anchor text here, and I'm printing using the length. So it will printing the number of the count, because length will give me a count. And once I know that there are more than one links available, so I'm traversing using the link. I have created a one variable here, and I'm getting the href attribute from those links. Okay, because the reason of getting this one, I need to get this URL. This is under the href attribute. Okay, and after this, I'm hitting these URLs one by one, because this is all written inside the loop. I'm hitting one by one here, and I'm checking that if the status code is greater than or equals to 400, then it's a broken link, and print this one. Else, it would be a valid link. Now, let's run this one and see what happens. And as we manually see that CLA link was broken, so let's see either it has been detected using this particular script or not. So it's executing. So you see that the first broken link is this one, and the status code is 404. So if I go here again and go here, so this is CLA, and here again this is a broken link. This has been caught perfectly, and still it's executing the code, traversing, because loop is going on, so it will go one by one in the links, getting the href attribute, which is the link, and then hitting the URL and checking the status code. So there's another broken link found which has 404. So if I copy this one, I'm not sure where it would be on the page, but let me copy this one from here, and let me go to the page here, and this is HTML already open. Let me find this one. So this is the URL using jQuery. So this is a URL basically. So if I go here and click this one, so again you see that sorry, the page you have requested was not found. So this means that our script is absolutely working fine and it's finding the broken links. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to find the broken images on the page. So let's begin. For this tutorial, I will be using the Internet Heroku app. So let's go to the browser here, and so this right, and here you will find these broken images. Just click on this one, and here you see these images are broken. So right click on this one here, and click on inspect here. Go to the network and select fetch/xhr and reload this page, and just go back to the all actually. And now here you see that these are the images, okay, and we are getting 404 not found, okay, for both of the images. So in order to find these broken images on the page, what I need to do is that either I can get all the images with which are returning the 404 status code, or simply I will say that if the status code is not 200, then assume that these are the broken images. So logic can be any depending on how the website is implemented. Okay, now let's go to the PyCharm here, and let me create one new file here. I will name it as broken underscore images. Okay, so the first thing is that we need a browser. So let's say browser is equals WebDriver dot Firefox So basically we are getting a driver here, and import this one, and let's import the WebDriver. Okay, and now using this one, so browser dot get, so we will be opening this particular page here using this one. Back here, let me copy the URL from here, and let me go back here and provide the URL. Now let's maximize the browser, so browser dot maximize. So don't get confused with this browser word, because in our previous tutorial we were naming it as a driver, and here now we are naming it as a browser. So you can name it anything. Okay, so now there can be more than one broken images on the page. Okay, so let's find those images equals to browser dot find elements, because there will be more than one element, right? So here again I will be using the approach by dot tag name. Okay, and let me import the by here, remove this again, by tag name, and we need to provide the name of tag. So when we're talking about the images, if I go back here and let me inspect this image here, so you see that the tag here is image, as we need to find the images. So I will find all those elements which contains the image tag. That's why I actually filtering my search here. Okay, now let me go back here. So tag would be image. Now there can be more than one broken images. So what I'll do is that I'll create a variable broken images here. This is equals to this. So it can be a blank array. Now this images contains all the images because we are using find elements. So what I need to do is that I need to loop through this one. Image in images. Okay, and I'm creating one variable known as source is equals to image dot get attribute, and the attribute I want is basically a source, src. So if I go back here, so I need this src. So this is a source, basically this attribute I need. Okay, let me go back here and I'll say I need this source here. Okay, this is the attribute which I need, and why I need this one I will explain you later on. So once I have this one, so I will put a condition if src, okay, then ret is equals to, I will be using the requests dot get, and I will be getting this source here. So basically is src. So in our previous example, in our broken links, we were getting the links here and we were using the href. So approach is pretty much similar here. Okay, and here if I go back here and let me show you, so it's basically source. Okay, that's why I'm using this source here. Now once response equals to request dot get source, and we need to import the request here, and now if response dot status code, I will say, so logic can be any, so I'm going with the logic here, like for example it should not be 200. Okay, if response dot status underscore code is not equal to 200, then broken underscore images dot. Now what I'll do is that I will append in this particular array, which is a blank initially. Okay, what I will append here, append the source. Okay, and once I'll append this one, I will print what I will print here, I will say basically broken image form. Okay, so basically what I'm doing is that I have found all the images using this find elements and the tag is image. Then I created an empty array and I am looping in this particular images, and from this I get a source using this get attribute, and then I have putting a condition if source response dot equals to request dot and if response dot status code is not equals to 200, then broken images dot append the source of this array and print this value as well. Now what I will do is that one more condition, if broken images, then also what I would like to do is that I will print the list here as well. So list of broken images, and again there would be more than one, so I will be looping here again. So for underscore images, and so instead of images, this is the variable, so I'll change the name. So here broken images, then print else if it doesn't find any, so else print no broken images. So now we are good to go to execute with our code. So let's run this one and see what happens here. And it should open the Firefox browser, maximize this one, go to this particular page and execute our code. Let me go here and see. So I'm getting some error here. So let me see what is the issue. So basically source is not defined. Okay, src is not defined in the get attribute. Okay, so basically here the attribute needs to be in double quotes. That was the issue. And now let's run this again, see what happens. This time it should work now. You should open the browser, maximize the browser, go to this particular website and count all the broken images. And here's the list of the broken images. So if I go back, let me confirm these ones. Let me go here, and if I go to this network here, if I see, so you see that the name of this broken image file is asdf.jpg, asdf.jpg, this is one, and the second one is hjkl.jpg, hkl.jpg. So that's how you can find the broken images. And again, the logic can be any depending on how the things are implemented on your web page. But once the approach is that find all the images, loop through the images based on the attribute, put a condition against the status code, print those ones, assert those images, and that's how you're done with your test case. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the multiple tabs and windows in detail. So let's begin. First, let's understand the concept of multiple tabs and windows, and then we will see how we can actually automate and handle these tabs. Okay, so let's go to the browser here, and here you see this is my first tab, and I'm opening here selenium.dev, and then the second one I'm opening here as playwright. Okay, so now basically these are two windows or two tabs one is this one, and second this one. Now there are so many cases here. There are mainly two possible scenarios. One is that you go to a particular website and click on any link, and this link will open in a new tab. Okay, for example, you are on the Selenium and you click on some link here and it opened here in the second tab. The other scenario is that you want to open a new tab and work in a new tab. So these are two scenarios. Now problem here is that whenever you're working with the tabs, by default the WebDriver actually interacts with the active tab or the window. Okay, so in order to work with the second tab, you need to switch to the second tab, then you can locate the elements and work on those ones. Else what happens is that if you are here on this first tab and you're trying to locate some element here and try to click somewhere here, it will fail the script because the driver will be focusing on this tab. You need to switch the focus to this tab, then you can interact and perform some action on the elements. Okay, now let's write the code practically and understand it. So for that, let me go to the PyCharm here and let me get one new file here. I am naming it as handling tabs. Okay, so the first thing is that we need a WebDriver. So browser equals to WebDriver dot Firefox, and let's go here, import this, import Selenium.WebDriver. Now we need to maximize the window. Browser dot maximize. Okay, and now once it will maximize, so in the first tab what I will do is that I will open the Selenium website. Let me go to the browser here. Let me copy this one and paste it here. Now what it will do is that it will open this one. As I said that there are two main possible scenarios where the first one is that you can click on any link and it will open in a new tab or window, and second one is that you are intentionally open a new tab. So in either case you have to handle those tabs. So for this tutorial I'm not clicking on any link to open the tab, I'm just using a method available to open a new window here, but the rest will work in the same way. Okay, so browser dot switch to, then where we need to switch to, you see that we have a new window function here. Okay, so it will open a new tab here. So let me run this one and see what happens here. So basically it will open a Firefox browser, maximize the window, go to Selenium website and open a new tab. Here you see that it opened a new tab. This is a blank as of now, and this is the Selenium.tab open in the first tab or the window. Okay, now let's go here, and now what I do is that again I will use browser.get here, and this time I will be passing playwright.tab here. So let's copy this one and paste it here. And now if I run this one, so in the first tab it will open the Selenium.tab, and in the second tab it will open the playwright. Okay, so so far we have opened the tab, and now so far we have the two tabs or the windows. Now actually we need to handle here. Again, as I said, I'm opening intentionally, but in your scenario it might be triggered based on any link as well. Okay, the first thing is that when there are multiple tabs, you need to count the number of the tabs here. So I'm creating a variable and I'm naming it as number of tabs, and it's really easy to get a number. So we'll be using a function length, and inside this we will be providing browser dot, and we have a function called window. Sorry, we have this window handles, okay, which we need to provide here, and that's all. Now let's print this one simply. So print, and I'm printing this number of tabs. Okay, let's run this and see what happens. So again, it opened the Selenium and then playwright, and if I go to the console here, it will say 2, because in the first tab we have Selenium and in the second tab we have the playwright. Okay, so basically this window handles will be used to handling the windows. Now when there are multiple windows, every window has a unique value. Browser identify it based on the unique value. So how we get a unique value from there? So let me create a variable here called tabs underscore value, and that's really simple. Again, browser dot window handles. Okay, now we are not getting the length and just printing this one, so simply I will copy this one from here and paste it here. Let me copy this one, paste it here, and now let me close all the browsers as of now. Let's run this one again and see what happens. This should open the browser, opening the Selenium in the first tab, then second tab, and if I go back to the console here, so this time you will see that we are getting these two values. So the first value belongs to the first tab and the second value belongs to a second tab. Okay, now if you see that firstly it opens the Selenium in the first tab, then we move to the second tab, and now we are on this tab. Okay, so let's get the value of this tab. Okay, so what I'll do is that, again, it's really simple. I'm creating a variable called current underscore tab equals to browser dot, you see that we have this current window handle, and that's it. Let's print this one. So print, and inside this I will be printing this one. Let's run this one again and see what happens. So it will go back, and here you see that this is the first tab, this is the second tab, and this value and this value is same. Okay, so that's how you can get the value of the current tab. Okay, now let's perform some action on the current tab, which is playwright.dev. So let me go here and just let's click on this one, inspect this one, and we have this CSS selector available here. So let's go with the CSS here. Let me copy this one, and now I am on this particular playwright tab. Okay, so simply browser dot find element, browser dot find element, and this is by using CSS selector. So let's import by, and now let me type it again, dot CSS selector, and here is the value, and simply I am clicking on this one. Okay, and after clicking on this one, what I need to do is that I need to switch to my first tab. Okay, so for this there can be different approaches, but right now my approach is that I will find the first tab. And how I find it? So browser dot window handles, and this is basically index based. So the first value, the first tab is 0 index, and the second tab is on the 1, and so on. So I will provide 0 here. So in my first tab is basically has this value. Okay, simply what I will do is that I will put a condition, or you can directly switch to the tab, but the better approach is to use the condition. So if current tab is not equals to my first tab, okay, then because I want to switch to the first tab, then browser dot switch to, and inside this one I will be passing my first tab variable, which contains the handle of the first tab. Okay, and after this one, once I will be switched to my Selenium tab, what I will do is that I will go here and say browser dot find element and by dot, let me go here and let's click on this download link here. So let's go to the SelectorsHub here, and this is relative XPath. Let me copy this one. Let me go back here. So by dot XPath, and here we'll provide the XPath, and now we will be clicking on this one. That's it. Now let's run this one and see what happens. And after executing this successfully, what I will show you is that if I don't switch it, then what happens. So first it will went to this one, and it should go back to the Selenium one, but there seems to be some error. Let's see what is the issue. So browser dot switch to okay, sorry. So basically browser dot switch to dot window, this one, and inside this one we need to provide this first tab. And now let's run this one. This time you will see the execution properly. It will open the Selenium, then navigate and open to the playwright, and you see that its execution was very fast, but it was back to the Selenium tab and it clicks on the download. Now what happens if I don't switch? So here I'm switching this one, right? So what I'll do is that I will comment this line of code, and this is my if check as well. Okay, and now let's run this one and see. This time it will not be able to find because we are not focusing on the Selenium tab. It will go here, it will navigate to this particular get started URL in the playwright, but if we go here, we will get the exception. The exception is basically, if I go down here, I'm able to locate the element, and the reason is that in this particular tab, we don't have this downloads element, right? So this is a reason we need to switch between the tabs. We need to handle the tabs so that we can perform our actions and automation scripts accordingly, right? So basically, if I summarize this code here, basically, so first what I am doing is that I am creating instance of the WebDriver for Firefox. I'm maximizing the browser. I'm opening a Selenium, so this will automatically open in the first tab. Then I'm creating or switching to a new tab using this new window. Then inside the new window, I'm opening the playwright website. After this, using this length object, I'm counting the length or the count of the tabs opened. Okay, here I'm printing this one. Then each tab has some unique value, so I'm getting or printing these values. Then I'm printing the value of the current tab. So current tab means active and focused by the WebDriver. And then after this, I'm clicking on get started link in the second tab, which is playwright. Then I have created a variable for the first tab, and inside this I have this browser.window handles, and this is basically an index specs, and index start from 0, so 0 means that first tab. Okay, so this will give me a first tab value inside this one. Then I was putting a condition: if my current tab is not equal to first tab, then browser.switch to my first tab, and then performing the action. So in this way you can actually handle and perform different tasks on the different and multiple tabs. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the web tables in detail. So let's begin. First, let's understand the web table itself and how the HTML works in terms of the web table. Okay, so for this particular tutorial I will be using this particular website. Let me copy this URL from here. Let me go to the browser here and open this into the browser. So here we have a web table which contains a list of countries, their capital, currencies and languages, and this is a table. It's a long table because it has a lot of countries available here. Okay, so now when we talk about the table, it contains these columns and the rows, and this particular area like this Kabul, this is as a cell. So table consists of rows and columns. Okay, and these particular known as a cell here. Now let's inspect the HTML and see how this HTML is created. Okay, so right click on any of this one here, right here, and here first you will see that we have this table. Okay, so as soon as I hover this one, the whole table is highlighted, and the HTML tag to create a table is basically this table tag. Okay, inside this we have the body of the table, then we have this tr. So inside the tr, so you see that this is the row, this is the row for the Afghanistan and its capital and currency. Similarly, if you scroll down, you will see that there will be a row for every particular record here. And inside this tr, basically, if I go with this one, let me show you. So this is the one, Albania. Okay, if I go here, so inside this we have a TV. This is basically a column, and which eventually is basically a cell. Okay, so this is a hierarchy of implementing a web table. So this means that first we need to identify a table, and inside the table we need to identify the rows, and inside the rows we need to identify the columns. Okay, so this is the hierarchy. Now let's go to the PyCharm here and let's start writing the code. Let me create a new Python file here. I will name it as web table. So the first thing is that the driver itself. So browser is equals to WebDriver dot Firefox, and let's import this one. So I'll be importing the complete Selenium.WebDriver because it will contain everything. Now once I have this one, using this one I will be opening the browser or maximizing the browser, and also opening the website. So first let's open the website, and this is a URL. Let me copy this one from here. Let me go back here, paste it here, and now maximize the browser as well. So after maximizing the browser, if I go to the page itself, so this is the page. So if I refresh this one, so you will observe something here. So as soon as you open this one, this web table is not visible, right? I need to scroll a bit to see the table. So it is a good practice that whenever you try to find some element, that should be visible. Okay, else you might face a exception here. So what I'll do is that I will be using execute a script using the driver, and I will be scrolling down this a bit so that we can see that the table itself. Okay, so but before that, let's execute and see what happens here. Let me run this one. So you should open the browser, open this website, and you will see that the table is not visible itself even after maximizing the window. Okay, so you see that table is not visible. So if I try to interact with this table, we might face the problem. So it's better to scroll down a screen and then interact with the table here. Okay, so in order to scroll down, simply I will be using browser dot execute a script, and the script is basically which I need to execute is I will be saying that window dot scroll to, and I need to provide a coordinates. Okay, so 0 horizontal and vertical value basically. Let me give 700, and then I need to give one more bracket here. Okay, so this will actually scroll down to some point. This is our horizontal value, this is our vertical value. So we need to vertically scroll this down, right? Okay, there's some error, so basically this course needs to be outside this one. Okay, now let's run this one and see what happens. It should scroll down a bit, I'm not sure. Let's try with 700. Let's see how much it's scrolled down. Yes, now we have a pretty much very good clarity of this table. We can see this table. Now let's start working with the table itself. So let me close this window here. And the first thing is that I need to identify our table itself, because there can be multiple elements on the page. So table is equals to browser dot find element, and let me see what we have. If I go to this page, inspect this one. So if I inspect this one, so the ID is available. So let's go with the ID here. So by ID, let's import the by from here. Let me retype this one by ID, and we need to provide the ID, and the ID is basically country. So let me copy this one. Let's go back here. Right. So now we have identified the table here. As we recently learned that inside the table we have table rows, and inside the row we have the columns or the cells. Okay, so TD is basically a table, cell, or table, column. Okay, so here once we have a table, so inside the table we need to find the rows here. So rows is basically rows is equal to, so inside the table I need to find the rows. So table dot find elements, because there will be more than one rows. So here, as per our previous learning, let's go with the tag name here, and if I need to have all the rows, if I go back here and let me show you, so every row has a tag which is known as tr. Okay, so that's why if we find all the TRs, this means that we are finding all the rows inside the table. Okay, so we have all the rows. Now let's count the number of rows. So simply I will be creating one variable known as row underscore count. So using length object, I will be passing the rows which are identified in the previous step, and let's run this one and see what happens. So it should give me the number of the rows available on this particular table. Let's see what happens. So if I go to PyCharm here, we got some exception here. It says that by tag name, and we have some problem here in particular line. So why this happened? So the reason is that we have double brackets over here. It should be a single bracket. Now that looks good. Let's run this one again and see what happens. Now this time it should print the number of the rows, so count of the rows. Let's see. It will maximize. Go here. We go here. Okay, so unfortunately we haven't printed these rows, so let's print this one. That's why we are not getting this one. So print row underscore count. Okay, sorry. So this time it should print. Let me close this all windows. Now this time it should print, because previously we are not printing this value, so that's why. But this time it should print. Yes. So there are total 197 rows in this particular table. And if you want to know the exact rows, so basically the first row is the header value. If I go to this one here, so the top one is also a TR. Let's break this one. So the top one is also a TR, but this is not an actual row you want. It's a header one. So simply what you need to do is that you need to use length minus 1, so you will get the actual number of rows. So basically what I'm saying is that instead of this one says that rows minus 1, or simply you can minus at any point of your code, you will get the actual number of the rows. Okay. Now the main thing is that you want to find some specific value inside the table. Okay, there are so many values, and let me create one variable called target value, and let's name it as Australia. Let's find this Australia value. Australia, yes, this is Australia. So let's find this value inside this web table. Okay, so simply, so I have selected this value as my target value, which I need to find, and initially I will create one more variable with the name of found, and its initial value is false. Okay, so once it will be found, it will return true. Now let's loop in through all the values, looping into the rows, the columns, or the TDs, and try to find this one. So as there are more than one values, we need to loop into the values. For in rows, okay, let's create a variable called cells row. So inside the row we need to find, right, row dot find elements. There will be more TDs inside the row, so that's why. And by the same approach, by dot tag name, and here the tag name is TP. Okay, and I will be using a nested loop. So for cell in cells, if target value in cell dot text, if this is so, print say value, and the value which are finding is basically the target value, right? So what I'm doing is that I'm looping the row. So I'm going into the first row. Inside the row, I'm going through one and one columns or the cells and try to find out this value. So what exactly I'm doing here is basically, let me open the pane for you to explain. So pane. So what I'm doing is that this is my complete row and this is rows. So let me remove this one. Create new file. Then save. So basically, this is my first row, then second row, then third row, fourth row. So using the loop, I am first going. So as soon as loop starts, it will go to this first row, and as there are multiple columns here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's why I need to identify, because this row consists of these TDs. So this is TD, 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 this is TD. Okay. So I have found all those TDs and looping one by one. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. That's why I'm using the nested loop. So main loop basically will go through each and every row, and the nested loop will actually going through these different cells here and try to find the value in terms of text. And the text, because using, if I go back, so basically this row will go through each row, and this loop is going through each cell. And how it will loop through these cells, because I need to find the cells first using this one inside the rows. So first go to this loop, then inside, once you find the first row, go to the cells one by one, and if you get the cell text which is equal to my target value, which is Australia, print this value. If not, but before that, if it found, change the value of found equals to true. Okay, if it actually found the value. If it doesn't found the value, and also if it finds the value, we don't continue our loop. We need to break our loop. Okay, and once if found, we need to break, and to break, and if not found, then in this case we'll say print and say target value, thus target value. So here target value, which is basically this target value, which is basically right now, in my case is Australia right now, I will say not found. Okay, that's really simple, and let's run this one and see what happens. So Australia is a value present in the table, so it should print this value. Okay, it should say that the value found. So found value Australia, found value Australia. If I change this to this one, and let me close this all and run this one again, and see, this time it should go if not found statement. So you can also go with the if else as well. So logic can be any, but the idea is that you need to go to every row. Inside every row you need to go to every cell and try to find out the value. So your logic can be any. You can go with the if else, you can go with any other approach if you want. Okay, so here the target value is here not found. So this statement got executed. So in this way, you can basically go to the table first. Inside the table, you need to find the rows. Inside the table rows, you need to find the cells, and inside the cells, you need to loop in and find the value. So here I'm looping into every row, because if I don't do the nested loop, what happens here is that basically it will only loop the first row. But I want to go to this first row, this value, this value, this value, this value, then go to second row, this value, this value, this value, this value, and check against every row and every cell. That's why I'm using the nested for loop here. Okay, so that's how you can actually work with the web tables using Selenium with Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the iframes in detail. So let's begin. First let's understand what are the iframes and how iframe works in terms of the HTML. So for this tutorial I will be using an example of Internet Heroku app, and if I go to the main website, so basically this is the main website, and here you need to scroll down to the frames here, click on iframes, and here we have an editor. Now this editor is inside the iframe. Okay, and let me open the paint to explain you about the iframes. So whatever you see on the web page is basically consists of an HTML. Okay, so here if I talk about this whole page consists of HTML. It starts with the HTML and it ends with the HTML tag. Okay, so inside these tags we are writing our whole HTML, and our whole pages consist of different HTML elements. Now when we talk about iframes, so inside this particular page, if I want to create a section, and that section is basically another HTML, this HTML, and okay, so HTML within the HTML, and also if I talk about this one, so this HTML is basically inside the iframe. Okay, so iframe tag and closing here iframe tag. So HTML within a HTML to create a section inside a page. That's for that particular reason iframes are created. Okay, so based on the same logic, so let me go to the browser here and let's inspect this particular editor. Right click on this one, go to inspect here, and here if I inspect this particular text area, so you will see that there's a HTML. Inside HTML we have header, body, and you see that this HTML is inside a iframe, and whole of this is inside the main HTML. Now what happens is that when you are going to this particular page, by default WebDriver will be focusing on the main HTML. Okay, so in order to work with this particular iframe, which is consisting of its own HTML, we need to switch to this particular iframe first, then we can interact with this particular elements inside that particular iframe, right? So let me go to PyCharm here, let me go here, create a new file, I'm naming it as iframe, and first thing is that we need a browser driver, so I'll say WebDriver driver dot Firefox, and we need to import the Selenium WebDriver. After this, I will be maximizing the window using this driver, browser dot maximize window, and then I will be going to this particular page. So get, inside this I need to pass the URL. So this is the URL. So let me copy this one from here and let me pass it here. Okay, and let's try to interact without switching to the frame and see what happens. Okay, so when we talk about this text editor, we need to find a text editor here. So text underscore editor, I'm creating a variable and I will be this text editor browser dot find element by id, and let me import the by here dot id, and I need to provide the id of this text editor here. So let me go here, and if editor, so this is the editor here and the id is this one. Okay, so let me copy this id from here and let me go back here and provide the id. Now what I will try to do is that I will try to clear the editor because there's some text written over here. Your text goes here. If I start typing, so it will be typing from there, right? So first I need to clear this one, then I will type my text here. So text editor dot, we have a method to clear, and after clearing I will be sending a text here using a send keys. So my text would be here like this is with Python iFrame tutorial. Okay, so we are going to this page and we are identifying this editor, clearing this one and sending this text. Okay, now let's run this one and see what happens. So it will not be able to find this editor here because it's inside the iframe here. Okay, and we will get some error here. See that we got error and unable to locate this id equals to this one. So this id actually belongs to this particular editor which is inside the iframe. So this means that I need to identify the iframe, then I need to switch to the iframe first. Okay, so I'm creating a variable known as iframe and I need to find the iframe first. So browser dot find element and by dot id, and let's find the id if there is any. So this is the iframe and this is the id. So let me copy this id from here and paste it here. Now I have identified the iframe. Now let's switch to this iframe. So browser dot switch to and switch to dot. Now where I need to switch to the alert, to the new window, parent frame or the frame. So I will go with the frame and here I need to provide the value of the frame. Okay, so I'm passing this variable here and this variable is actually finding the iframe, right? Now let's run this one, and but before that, after this one, let me put some sleep here so that we can see what is happening. And let's run this one here and see what happens. Now this time it should go inside this particular text editor and type this thing. Yes, so it cleared this thing and now it has type in this particular editor. Now the problem here is that we are inside the frame. Okay, and if I go back here, and now this is the element which is outside the frame. Okay, so here iframe ends and this is out of the frame. Let's find the selector or locator for this one. Let me copy this one. Let me go back here and I will say like Selenium link, giving a name as Selenium link, and inside this I will be finding this particular link, browser dot find element and by dot x path, and here I need to provide the value of the x path here. Okay, once I will find this one, I will simply go here and click on this one, but it will not work here. The reason is that we have switched to the frame. Now we are looking to the HTML which is inside the iframe. So it will work within the frame, but it will not go outside the frame and unable to locate this link here, this element here. Okay, so if I go back here, it will try to click on this one and unfortunately it will not, and say unable to locate the element. So basically I need to come out of this particular frame. So in order to do this, after typing here, I need to get out of this frame. So user dot switch to dot, we have a default content. So default content means the main content here. Okay, and if I run this one here, now what happens this time, it will click on this link which is outside the frame because we have switched to the main content, right? Main content is the main HTML here. So it will be able to click on this one. We have put a 10 seconds time sleep here, and after this it clicked on the particular link here. Now this time we won't see any kind of a error here. So that's how basically what you need to do is that you need to identify the iframe, you need to switch to the iframe, and inside the iframe you need to find the element, and then you need to interact with that particular iframe. Once you have done with your test case or actions in that particular iframe, come out of that iframe and then perform your rest of your actions on different elements. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the nested frames. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that how we can handle the iframes. So in this particular tutorial, we will be learning how to handle the nested frames. Okay, so for this particular tutorial, again, I will be using the Internet Heroku app, and this is the URL. So let me go back and let me open this again. So Internet Heroku app. And inside this, we need to go to the frames here and then the nested frames. So here you see that we have 4 different sections. So when we talk about is HTML, so this is basically consists of multiple frames. And when we have to define the multiple frames, we would be using the frame set. So let me inspect this one and email here. So if I go here, so this is, you see that this is the frame set, right? So inside this frame set, we have this frame, which is the parent frame or the top frame. Then we have the bottom frame. Now, when we talk about the frame, so first we need to go inside this frame, and inside this again, there is a frame set, and this frame set consists of the frame. Okay, this is the first frame, then the second frame and third frame. Now what we need to do is that we will be going to this particular frame here, which has a text known as middle, and then what we'll do is that we'll go outside of it and go to this bottom frame. Okay, now let's open the PyCharm here and let me create a new Python file. I'm naming it as nested frames, and the first thing is that we need a driver. So browser equals to dot Firefox, and we need to import the WebDriver here. And once we have a driver, so using this one, we'll maximize it. Driver dot maximize window. This we will be navigating this particular website. So driver dot get, and inside this we need to provide the URL, and the URL is basically this one. So let me copy this one and let me go back here, provide this one here. Now once we land on this one, the first thing is that we need to switch to the top frame, because there are two main frames, the top one and the bottom one. So first we will go to the top frame. Once we are in the top frame, then we will go to the middle frame. Okay, so in order to go to the top frame, so let me add comments as well. So basically we will be switching to top frame, and that's pretty much easy. Browser dot switch to dot frame, and we need to provide the frame where we need to navigate. So basically if I go here and we talk about this top frame here, so let's inspect this one. So name of the frame is frame dash top, so we can directly go with this one and provide the name of the frame. Now we are inside the frame, and once we are inside this frame, basically we are inside this one. Now I will be going to this frame. Okay, so again let me type switching to middle frame, and let me copy this line of code from here and paste it here, and let me go to the HTML cell, and the HTML says that the name of the frame is frame dash middle. So let me copy this from here and let me go to this one and paste it here. Now I'm inside the second frame. Okay, so what I will do is that in order to ensure that I'm in the correct frame, I will print the value. So I'll create a variable known as content, then browser dot find element by dot id, and here let me import the by and then id, and then I need to provide the id. So if I go to this particular frame and if we talk about its body in HTML, and inside the body you see that the content is basically the middle. So if I get the content, then I will be getting this particular text. Okay, so this means that simply I will go here, I will say content and then text. That's it. Now let's print this value, and I will say here content in middle frame, and here I will be passing a content here. So let's run this one and see what happens. Either it's printing the middle or not. If it's printing the middle, which it should, this means that we are in this particular frame here. Okay, so if I go here, you see that the content is in middle frame, which is middle, and the middle is printed over here. Now as we are into this particular frame, and if I need to go to the bottom frame, as per the HTML hierarchy, I need to come out of the frame, then I can go go to this bottom one. Okay, so what I'll do is that simply I will switch to default content. Okay, so browser dot switch to dot default switch to dot default content, and now I am outside of the frame, top frame. Now what I'll do is that I will switch to the bottom frame. So switch to bottom frame. So browser dot switch to dot frame, and which frame we need to go here. So basically, if I go here, and this is the, and let me, yeah, so this is the bottom frame. So let me copy this one and back here and provide this one. Once we are switched to this one, now simply I can interact with the elements inside this frame. So again, what I'll do is that I'll simply go here and print the value to confirm that I'm in the correct content. So content equals to bottom. So this is the name of the variable, and here if I go with the, I can go with the ID or the tag name in order to find this one. So previously the ID was content, and if I go here again, so previously the ID was content, and here we don't have the ID, we have name. We can go with the name. We can also go with that tag name. So tag name is basically, if I go here, so the tag name is body, and inside body this is bottom is written. Okay, so simply instead of ID, remove this one. So by tag name, and the tag name which I want is basically body, and from body I am extracting a text and then printing this one. So here it would be a bottom, and here I need to pass variable. So let me get this spelling, bottom, and copy this from here, this is and paste it here, and again let me change the name here to bottom. Okay, and now we are good to go, and let's run this one. So what we are doing is that we are going to the parent. Inside the parent we are going to another frame. So we are switching the frames, and once we are done, we are going outside of the frame, going to the main content or context, and then we are going to the other frame here. And let me go here, and you see that the bottom is printed here. So this means that we have successfully went to this particular frame, which is a nested frame. Then we come out of to this one and went to this frame, and we printed this value. So in this way you can interact with the nested frames. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Selenium Python tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the JavaScript alerts. So let's begin. So first let's understand why we need to handle the alerts. So basically what happens is that you write your script using the Selenium WebDriver, and what Selenium WebDriver will do is that open the browser and open your application. Okay, and once your application will be open, you will be performing different tasks. You will be clicking on the buttons, you'll be filling some forms using the Selenium WebDriver, and suddenly you perform some action and you will notice that you will get something like this one. So this is basically a JavaScript alert which comes on the top of your web application. Now, as this is on the top of your web application, we cannot proceed further unless we handle this one, because our WebDriver is focusing on this main window. Okay, so this is the concept. So that's why we need to handle it. Else we will be getting our errors and our script will be failing. Okay. Now let's go to the PyCharm and start writing the script. So let me close this one. Let me go to the PyCharm, and before that, let me show you the example on the browser itself. So I will be going here, the Internet Hero app, and here we need to go to this JavaScript alerts, and usually there are three different kinds of alerts here. One is simple alert, the other one is confirmation based, and third is the prompt based. So first, if you click on this one, you will get this kind of alert, and you see that I'm trying to click on the different elements on the page, but I cannot do it, and that's the reason your Selenium WebDriver script will fail unless you will handle this one. And in order to handle this one, you need to simply click on this one. Then you can click on any of the elements here on this particular page. So if we talk about this confirm based alert, click on this one. Here you can confirm, either you can go with the OK or cancel, and again you see that I cannot do anything on the main page. Okay. And the third one is basically prompt based alert. If I click on this one, here I can provide some text, then press OK or cancel it, right? And if I go here, again you see that I cannot perform anything on the main page, right? So that's why when we are working with the Selenium WebDriver, we need to handle these kinds of alerts. Now, let me go to the PyCharm here, and let me create one new Python file here. I'm naming it as JavaScript alerts, and the first thing is that I need a driver, right? So simply what I'll say, browser is equals to WebDriver dot Firefox, and we need to import this WebDriver. So if I hover on this one, import this name, and I will import this Selenium WebDriver. Okay. Now once we have this one, we can open the browser and do all the things. So usually the practice is that I should create a variable called as URL, and I put the URL inside this one. Okay. So if I go here, so this is the URL. So let me copy this one from here, and I need to put into a double quotes here. So this is the URL of the application, and now using this driver browser.get, I need to pass the URL. So why I have created the URL? So there can be multiple reasons. The first reason is that we don't want to give a hard-coded value inside this method or function. And second is that tomorrow you have 10 different test cases, so you have to define it once and pass the variable. So instead of giving the whole value, so what I'll do is that I'll copy this one and paste it here. Okay. Now once you are in this page, and if I go to the page here, so basically I need to click on this button so that I can get this alert here. Okay. So let me inspect this one, and let me go to the SelectorsHub here, and we have this XPath. So let me copy this XPath from here, and let me go back here. So I need to find this button, right? So I will say alert button equals to browser dot find element by dot XPath, and we need to import this by, and let me type this again, dot XPath, and I need to provide the XPath of this particular button. Now I have identified this button, so next step is to click on this button actually. So alert button dot click. Okay, so let's run this one and see if our script is working fine so far or not. So it should open the URL into the Firefox and it should click on the button so that we can get this alert. Right, so we are getting this alert here. Okay, so let me close this one, and instead of Firefox, because we have created a lot of tutorials using the Firefox, let's go with the Chrome this time. Okay, and once we have alert, now I need to handle this alert, and also I need to maximize the browser as well so that we can see it properly. Browser dot maximize window, and that's it. This is very simple because we have done in our previous test as well. So this is really simple here. So now let me run this one and see what happens. It should open in the Chrome browser this time, and it should also maximize this one. Right. So before using this method here, what I'll do is that before even putting a URL, let me maximize this one. Now what happens is that we have identified the button and we are clicking on the alert button. And once we have an alert button, we cannot perform anything on the main page. We need to handle this alert. So we also need to verify that this alert is correct or not. So what I'll do is that I'll create a variable called alert text is equals to browser dot. Now previously what we are doing is that we are using the browser dot find elements to identify the elements. But if I go here and if I click on this one, and if I try to inspect this one, I cannot inspect this one. Right? I can inspect the other things. So let me close this one again and right click on this one. So you see I cannot inspect this even. Right? This is a problem. I can inspect the other one, but as soon as this pop-up appears, I cannot inspect this one. So this means that we don't have the locator here. Then how we can get a text of this particular alert? So this is a text here. So simply what we need to do is that browser dot switch to, and we need to switch to the alert. Right? So once I have this one, so let me remove this text here. So I have this alert inside this alert variable, and using this alert, I will say alert underscore text is equals to alert dot text. So basically that's how I can get the text from the alert. Now simply go here and print this one. So inside this one, let me copy and paste this one, and let's run this one again and see what happens. So it's maximize opening the alerts. It will click on this one and see I am a JS alert is printed, right? But here we have just printed the value. We still haven't handled this one. So in order to accept the value, in order to click on this OK, there is a method. The method is basically alert dot, then we have accept, in order to accept the alert. So basically this is the alert. It contains browser dot switch to, because here we are switching to the alert. So it has this value, and using this one we are accepting this one. And let me put some time dot sleep so that we can see this execution. uh, 5 seconds. I'm putting this one 5 seconds here as well. And now let's run this one here and see what happens. So you see that the pop-up is here. It will be accepted, and you see that you have successfully clicked an alert, right? So that's how we can actually work with this simple kind of alerts. Now, accepting, we know that how we can accept this one, but how we can cancel this one, right? So if we talk about this particular informed, so here we have this cancel option here as well, right? So what I will do is that let me inspect this one first here, and this is the confirm. So let me copy this one and change the XPath. So now this time I'm clicking on the second one, and after clicking this one, we are getting the text, and here instead of accepting this one, what I will do is that we have a method called dismiss, right? So let's run this one and see what happens. It should print the text in the console, and it also click on the cancel here as well. So you click cancel, you see that you clicked cancel, right? And here the text of the alert is printed as well. Now the third thing is that to put the input, to provide the input here, right? So if I go here, if I click on this one here, besides accepting and dismissing, we have to provide the text here, right? So what I will do is that let me inspect this third one, and let me copy this one from here, and if we go back here, let me change the XPath here. This time I'm clicking on the third alert, which is a prompt based, right? Clicking on this one, getting a text, and here before I don't want to dismiss this one, so simply first I need to provide text, and so we have a method called send keys, and using this one I will say this is Selenium with Python tutorial on handling alerts, and after this I need to accept this value, right? So I will be using this method. Now let's run this one and see what happens. So we are getting the text as well, we are providing the value, and we are accepting the value. Let's see either it's providing the value here or not. So it says that you entered, this is Selenium with Python tutorial on handling alerts, and it says that I am a JS prompt. So in this way you can actually handle the alerts. So basically remember that you need to switch to the alert using switch to. Then once you are switched to the alert, then you can accept, you can dismiss, you can provide the text using the send keys. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle a date picker. So let's begin. Date picker can be implemented in different ways. So for this tutorial I am taking an example of this website. So let me copy the URL from here and let me open this into the browser and let me show you. Let me open this one, and here you see that we have a simple date picker. We have a drop-down date picker. We have a icon trigger based date picker. So in simple date picker, if I go here, click on this one, and then I will be selecting date. And here if I need to change the month, so I need to go in this way, okay, and then select the value. And if I go to this other drop down, so basically if I go here the month and the year are drop down based, right? And after that I can select the date. And if I go to this trigger based icon one, so first I need to click on this one, then this pop-up will appear, and then I will click on this one. So for this particular tutorial I will be using this simple date picker, and in our next tutorial we'll cover this drop down date picker, because icon based is not different. We just need to click on the icon first, and rest we will deal with this one, right? So let me go to the PyCharm here, and let me create a new file, and I'm naming it as date picker 1. And the first thing is that we need basically a driver, so I will say browser equals to WebDriver dot, let's go with the Chrome, and now import the WebDriver here. And once we have this one, now we need to maximize this one, browser dot maximize window. And after maximizing, we need a URL to pass, so I will get a variable called URL and save the URL here. And let me copy this one, the date picker. So let me reload this one, or let me go here and copy the URL from here. Okay, so let me copy this one, and let me go back here and provide the URL. Now once we have the URL here, simply we'll be calling the get, so browser dot get, and we'll pass this variable here. Now the first thing here is that we need to understand how this HTML is working here. So if you know how the HTML is working, then it would be easier for you to implement the automation. So let me go here and let me show you, because this is a bit tricky. And here if we talk about this particular simple date picker, this whole comes under a frame, right? And if I go here, if I click on this one, and if I go to inspect and go to the SelectorsHub, so you see that this is the beauty of SelectorsHub. It says that it's inside the frame, it's inside the frame, it's inside the iFrame. So this means that we need to switch to the frame first, then we can interact with this particular date picker, right? But as I said, HTML is tricky part. You need to understand how your HTML is created. So for example, if you see this particular picker date by clicking on the text box, apparently it looks like that it's also inside the iframe, but it is not. If I go here and if I inspect this one, so you will see that, so this is out of the iframe. So this is the iframe, right? Inside this iframe we need to go and interact with this one, but this particular this particular element is out of the iframe. So this means that first, if I need to interact with this one, I need to close this one first, then I have to interact with the element. But before interacting with this particular date picker, I need to switch to the frame. Okay, so let's writing the script here. So first I will do is that I know that this element is out of the frame, so simply I will say driver dot find element, and by dot, let me go with the XPath here, so import the bar here and dot XPath, and the value of this particular element. So let me go here, and for this particular element, we see this is a relative X path here. So let me copy this one, and let me go back here and provide this one. And basically what we need to do is that if I go here, I just need to close this one, for example. That would be a better option. And let's inspect this again. I need to close this one, and this is the relative X path. So let's copy this one, and let me update this one here. So paste this one. Now once we have this one, I simply need to click on this one so that we can close this particular element. Now the main part is that first we need to switch to the frame. Okay, so let me create a variable for this one. So I will say frame, you can name it anything. So browser dot find element and by dot xpath, and let's provide the xpath here. And the xpath is basically, if I go here and inspect this field, so this is the iframe, right? And iframe xpath. So simply I'll copy this iframe xpath and utilize this one directly. So let me copy this one and provide this one. Now we know that how to switch to the frame. So simply browser dot switch to dot frame, and we need to provide the name of this frame. Okay, so now we are inside this frame. So I'm putting the time sleep as well so that we can see the executions as well. So once we are inside this one, now let's identify the date picker. So for this I will say browser dot find element, and if I go here and inspect this date picker basically, so the xpath or maybe the CSS, so it has the ID, so that's ID. Let me show, so it has an ID and CSS selector as well. So let me copy this one and let me go back here. So I will say by dot, I will go with the CSS. I can go with the ID as well. So provide the CSS selector for this one, and the first thing is that I need to click on this one so that the calendar should open, right? So this is the one thing. Now the interesting part is to handle the calendar itself, and now there can be a multiple ways, but one thing as a tester, think from the testing perspective, and the testing perspective is that if you are automating the date picker or the calendar, then your test case might require to have the current date, might be based on the functionality. You might need to pass a date which is in the past, or you might need to pass a date which is in the future. So depending on your functionality, either you need to select a date which is in the future, maybe the current date, or maybe the date which is in the past. Now, if you want to do this, we will use the proper Python date and time to get the current date. So what I'll do is that I will create a variable called current underscore date, and in Python we have date time dot now, and here this date time needs to be coming from a different one, not this one. So basically, because you see that it doesn't have this now basically function. So for this one, I need to import, from date time, I need to import the date time, and there's one more thing called time data. I will explain you in a bit. So from date time, I will say import date time, comma, time delta. So these are two things which we need to import. Now you see that now the error has gone. Simply, so what it will do, this is the beauty. Datetime dot now will give me a current date. So if your functionality requires to select a current value, so whenever you execute your script, it will pick up the current value, and you need to pass that value so that the calendar needs to pick the current value. So if you run this script 100 times, it will be picking up the current value. In a similar way, if we need to pass a date which is in the future, so we will be using this time delta for future and for the past as well. So let me show you how. So this will give me a current date, and I will say next date equals to, so current date plus time delta, and here I'm giving a delta of the days. If I say 1, so 1 means that current date plus 1 date. So if today is 28th, so it will select the 29th. So you can say delta plus 7, so current date plus 7. Similarly, if you want to select a value which is in the past, you will say -1. So -1 means that current date -1. So if today is 28th, then it will be giving us a value which is 27. So let me show you these things practically. Now, once we have this one, we need to format our date, because date can have a multiple formats. So if I go here in this example, so basically if you see that in this particular example, we have a particular format. So if I select this date, so we have this particular month, date and year format with the slash. So we need this format for this particular calendar. So for this one, what I'll do is that I will create one more variable called formatted date equals to, now I'll go with the next date dot, then we have this function called string ftime, and inside this we need to pass the format. So how we pass the format, I say %, m means month, then I say there would be a /, then I say that there would be a day, this is my format, and then I have the year. So this is the format in which I need my date. Okay, now once I have this one, so there can be multiple ways, but if I show you that this field is a text field, if I go here and inspect this one, so the type is inspect, the type is text here. This means I can provide this value directly. Instead of going and clicking here, changing this one, I simply provide the date here as an input. So I will go with this approach, and I will say browser dot find element by dot, we already have identified this one, but let me go again with this one. So basically this date picker which we already identified, so you can once you identified it, save it into the variable and then use accordingly. So I'm doing it multiple times here, so this is not a practice should be use the variable. So simply I will say send keys, and inside the send keys I need to give this formatted date in my particular format, okay, and plus. So whenever I go here, let me show you how the functionality works. if I go here, you say 29/2024, it just type the value. But if I press on a tab, it will actually select the value. So I need to type the value as well as I need to click on tab so that it should get selected. Now if I go here and if I say here, we can be using the keys dot tab. So we have this, we need to import these keys. So this is coming from this WebDriver, and so basically when we have to interact with the keyboard, we will be using this Selenium WebDriver, and we need to import the keys for this one. Okay, so once we will import this keys class, we can actually interact with the keyboard things. Okay, so here I'm just sending this value and pressing on the tab, and I think we are good to go. And let me put one more time.sleep here, and then finally what I need to do is that I need to quit the browser. Okay, and now let's run this one and see what happens. If we face any kind of issue and error, we'll fix it out, but ideally it should work, and it should close the speaker date. Yes, it closed now. It should click on the date and select the date, and now you see that the date which got selected is 29th, right? And today was 28th, because we are getting the current date and we are giving a delta of 1. So if I give a delta of 2, so then let's see what happens. So delta means current date plus or minus as per your requirement. So this time it should be current plus 2. You see that 3rd March 24 is selected. And in a similar way, if you use this approach, your script will be stable, because every time you will execute this script, it will be selecting the value which is current plus 2, maybe current plus 7. So it will always select a future date. In a similar way, if your functionality needs to have a date which should be the past, so instead of 2, I will say -2 here, and the -2, so 26 should be selected. So every time I will execute this script, it will actually select the date which should be in the past, because we are picking the current date and minus the 2 days from this one. So this time it should, yeah, so 26th Feb 24 is selected successfully. And if you want to select the current date, so we already identify the current date and here, but here we are not actually formatting the current date. We are actually formatting the next date here. So if I go with this current date here, it might pass some value here, but it might not be the format, and it might not be the format which we need. So let's run this one and see what happens. So if you need to run the current date, you also need to format your current date as well. Okay, so there might be a different format. So you see that this time we got some problem here. So we are trying to format this one and we need to format this one, and we got some error. This means that we need to format this one, and once we can format this one, then we can use. So for now, you can try this one, and as of now, just pass this one and let's run this for a final time. And before that, even what we can do is that if days equals to 0, this might also work. Let's see this thing. So if I say delta is 0, sure, it should select the current date. So this might be a workaround for this one, but I'm not sure either this will work or not. Yeah, it should not be working. So this means that actually, so not the next date, the formatted one. So let's run this one. and see. So this workaround might work, but if it doesn't work, just format the date and then pass it accordingly. Let's see what happens. Oh, actually it worked and it selected the current date. So using this delta power, you can even select the current date. Current date plus minus as per your requirement. So that's how you can work with this text-based date picker. In our upcoming tutorial, we will be covering the second date picker, which is here. I will go here and show you. So this is drop-down base, and we will go here where the values in the drop-down. So first we need to select the month, then we might need to select the year, and then we might need to select the date, which should be, again, it might be a current date, past date, and future date. And we will see how we can select this value. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the drop-down based date pickers. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that how we can handle the simple calendars or the date pickers. Now let's see how we can handle the drop-down based date pickers. So first, let's see how they look like for this particular tutorial. I'm using this particular website. So let me copy the URL and let me go to the browser here. Let's open this one. And here you see we have two different date pickers or calendars. If I click on this one, here you see that we have a drop down. So you will be selecting the month and the year from the drop down. Okay. Now simply go to the PyCharm here and let me create one new Python file. I'm naming it as date picker 2. And the first thing is that we need to open the browser, right? So for that we need a driver. So browser is equals to WebDriver dot Chrome, and we need to import the WebDriver. Right. So if you hover on this one, import this one. So Selenium dot WebDriver. Click on this one. Now what we need to do is that we need to maximize the browser. So browser dot maximize window. And the good practice is that we should create a variable for the URL and have the URL over here instead of passing the URL direct into the browser.get method. Okay, so let me go here and copy this URL and let me go back here and provide this one. Now simply browser.get and I'll pass this variable which is URL. Okay. And let's run this one and see what happens. It should open the Chrome browser and maximize the window and then open this website. Yes, so this is working absolutely fine. Now the first thing is that we need to identify this calendar and we need to click on this one. Okay, so if I go here, this is a calendar. Let me inspect this one. And let me go to the SelectorsHub. So we have the CSS selector. We have the ID here as well. So let's go with the ID. And let me go back here. So let's identify this one and click on this one. So why we need to click on this one? Because there is a reason. If I go here, until unless I don't click on this one, this calendar doesn't appear. That's why on the first step we are just clicking on this field. Okay, now browser dot find element by dot id and let's import the by and let me type it again dot id, and here we need to provide the id. Now just click on this one, and after clicking, now I'm giving some time dot sleep here for like 5 seconds, And now we don't want to go with the hard-coded values. What I can do is that I can simply go here, simply just click on this one, click on this one, go here, click on this one, then click on this one. That's how I can do it. But there's a problem. The problem is that if you are running your tests maybe every week, maybe on the daily basis, depending on your regression plans, your test might fail depending on the functionality. So in some cases, your functionality says that the date should be in the future. In some cases, it should be the current date. In some cases, the date should be in the past. So if you hard-coded the values, your script will fail. So we don't want the hard-coded values to be passed here. Okay. So in this case, what I will do is that just like in our previous tutorial, we will be picking up our current date and we will be using delta to grab the next date or the date which is in the past. So based on that, we will be passing the values. Okay. So simply let me go here and I will create one variable called current underscore date, and I will be using date time here. So date time dot, you see that we have a different options here and we should have option called now, and we need to import this one. So we need a date time, so import this one. So now you see that this error has gone. So import date time, but this is not how you should import it. So let me remove this one. Let me tell you how you should import this one, because we need a delta as well. So from date time, import date time, and we also need a time delta. So now this will give me a current time. Okay, so let's print this one and see what we get. So let me copy this one and pass this variable here, and now let's run this one and see what happens. So what kind of a date we are getting, or the day, and what format we are getting, let's see. So execute this one, and after executing, you see that the calendar is opened because we click on this one, and this is what we are getting. You see, so we have year, we have month, we have date, we have now time. So we are getting everything, and this is the current, my current time, right? This is the current time. Okay, so that's how I'm getting current time. Now from the current time, what I need to do is that I need to go with the next day. In order to go with the next day, simply what I'll do is that I will create one more variable called next day. Next day is equals to, so current date plus time delta, and the delta I'm giving is in terms of the days, and days equals to 1. Now let me print this one and see what happens. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and now let's run this one. So we are giving a delta for day 1. So this particular variable next day will always have a value which is greater than the current day. Okay, so you see that here this is the current one and this is the delta one. So exactly a 1 day of delta here, and this is a 10th. Okay, and now from next day, you see that it contains the time and everything. So what I need to do is that I need a next day, a day only, not the month and everything. So what I mean is that let's create one more variable. I will name it as next underscore day, and I will be using a string function because I'll convert that into a string, and next day dot day. And now let's print this one and see what we get in this one. Okay, now let's run this one and see what happens. So converting in a string will help me to pass the values. That's why I'm converting into a string value. So once it will execute, we'll see what happens. So you see that we got a day. Okay, this day, year, month, and day. So I have a day here from this particular value, and this value is basically current date plus delta 1, and this is the current one. Okay, now once I have this one, what I'll do is that I will get the current month as well. So current underscore month equals to date time dot now and dot month. So I'm not using the delta here because I will be using some other strategy in order to get the next month from the Dropdown. Okay, in a similar ways, let's get the current year. So current year equals to date time, or the current date dot year. We can do this in this way because in the current date we have the year. So current underscore date dot year. So it will give me a year. Now calculate the next month, which is current month plus 1, because I want to make sure that my date will be always in the future. So if we are standing in the March, it should select April. If you're in the April, it should go with the May. Okay, and here I will say next underscore month is equals to, so current underscore current underscore month. Okay, once I have this one, so let's calculate the mod 12 then plus 1. Okay, and now we'll calculate the next year. But month year is something which we need to pass, because when I was inspecting this drop-down picker, and if I go to this particular drop-down for this month, if I select any of the value, for example April, let me again inspect this value, go here, so it's inside the select, and we have a March and we have a May, and you see that the value is showing 1/year. So it's month/year. This says month/year. So this is the year. So if I go with the 2024, and now if I inspect this value, so basically here now you will see a different value. It says 1/year. So month/year is a thing in terms of a value, and we have already know how to handle the drop downs using the value, and these are the drop down because this is a select, right? So let's me create one more variable. I will say that next underscore month underscore year, because I need this value. So for this, what I'll say, the next basically month, which is April, then after a month I need to give a slash, then the current year or the next year, whatever you want. So I'm actually formulating a value, and the value is month/year. This is what I'm trying to do here. Okay, So let me go back here, and this will give me this value. Now let's handle the dropdowns. So I will say month underscore dropdown, and let's find this one, browser dot find element, and let me go here and see. So if we look into this drop down, so we don't want to select a value actually. Let me remove this value from here, and now if I go here and inspect this date, pick month, year, and here we can go with the class because the class is available, and also if we go with this one, so this is dot date pick dash month dash year, right? So we can identify this one, this drop down basically. So but what we need to do is that we don't want to go with the div. We actually want to go with this particular select thing. We need to identify this thing, right? And if I go with the CSS selector, I need to give a CSS. So CSS for this particular is right now this one. Change the month. Okay, so let's copy this one and by dot CSS selector, and yes, selecting this one. Okay, so this is the CSS for this particular one. Now select, we're using a select class here, select equals to select, and I need to pass the drop down here, and let's import this one, and now we need to pass the value. Okay, so select dot select by value. Why value? The reason is that if I go here, so this is the value, and I have already formulated this thing. I'm getting the current or the next, date and the year, right? So let me go back here, and here I will be converting into string, as well as I am passing this thing, because here we have formulated this thing. Okay, now it should select this value. Let's run this one, and it should select, let's see what it selects. It should select the April over here from the drop down. Let's see either it's selecting or not. So you see that at the end it selected the April. So let me go with the time dot sleep so that we can see the executions, and let me run this one here, and you will find that it will select the April from the drop down. And now you see that we are not hard coded this value, we have selected here. You can see that April is got selected here. Now let's pass or select the year. Okay, and for that again select, again this is a drop down, so select is equals to select, and here we need to pass the year drop down, and before that I need to find the year underscore drop down. Year drop down is equals to browser dot find element by, and let's find this one. If I go here, so this is a relative CSS selector. Let me copy this one, and now let me go here and see dot CSS. Okay, and I need to pass this year dropdown which we identified here and pass it here, right? And now select dot. Here again you can go with the value, you can go with the index, you can go with the visible text. If you want to select the current year, you can select current year. If you want a next year in a similar way, using the deltas and everything, you can get the next year. So right now, as I don't want to go with repeating same logic here, so what I'll do is I'll go with the simply by visible text, and the text is 2024. And after this, once it was selected, now I need to select the date. Okay, so if I go here, I will say, you see that I will not be using any hard-coded value. By dot, if I go here and if I select inspect any of these values, like this is 9, so you see that it's a link, right? It's a link, but it's a dead link, right? It's an anchor tag, right? So this is a link. So I can go with the link text here, and the link text is basically here is the 9, right? So what I will do is that I will say by dot link text, and inside the link text, what I will do is that I will pass this next dot day, because if you remember, this next dot day is giving me a next day. Here in the first step, we are getting the current, complete date and time. By delta, we are getting this value. Okay, this is the one, and then I was getting a day which I was converting into a string here and giving me a day 10th, which is a current day plus 1. So I will pass this one here directly, and now what I will say click, and that's it. Now let's run this one and see what happens. So you see that I haven't using any of the hard-coded values. So first it will select April, then year 2024, and you see that the date selected is 04/10/2024. So April 10, 2024. So you can use the delta. If you want to select a previous value, go with the delta -1. Delta +0 will give you a current one. So using these, you can easily handle the dropdowns. So let me just summarize this complete script for you so that you can understand what we were doing here. We were using a driver here. Using a driver, we were maximizing the window. We had created a URL variable, and this URL is inside this variable. Now in browser.get, we are opening the URL and passing this particular variable. Here we are identifying the date picker and clicking on this one. And why we are clicking is that after clicking, then the date picker was visible. After that, we are getting the current date. Current date contains everything: day, year, time, everything. Then I will say next day. So using the delta, and I'm using the days here. So current date plus delta of 1 day. So it was giving me a next day. Okay. And from the next day, I'm getting a day only. I was converting into a string. From that, now using this date time, I was getting a month and year. Then I was calculating a next month. Then I created a format because I know that in this particular HTML, whenever I go with any of this, so it was giving me basically, go here and let me show you once again. So we go, sorry, this drop down actually. So here in the drop down, you see that the value is basically 1 to 1/2024, 2/2024, right? So in order to formulate this pattern, I created one board variable, next month underscore year, and formatted this particular format. Okay, then I was identifying this drop down, and we know that they were using the select, so that's why using a select class and passing this one here and here, and then I was selecting a value which is converted into a string, because this next month underscore year is giving me this value, which is basically 2/2024, 3/2024, right? And this is how we are selecting the value from the dropdown. Then we are selecting the value using the visible text in the year, and then finally we are clicking on a day. So for that day, instead of using a hard-coded value, in the next day, basically we are getting this value from here, right? And we are just clicking over here. So we are not using any hard-coded values. We are getting the values dynamically and handling our calendar in an efficient way. If I run this script again and again, it will not fail because it will always pick up our next value. Okay, if you want to select a current value every time, go with the 0 delta or the current value only. If you want to select a value which should be in the past, go with the delta -1. If you haven't watched my previous tutorial, just go and check it out, because in that particular tutorial I have explained all these things over there. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the mouse over gestures. So let's begin. Mouse over gestures are very much common in the web applications. So for this particular tutorial, let me take an example of this demo website. So let me copy the URL and let me open this into the browser here and let me show you. So basically, if I go over here, you see I'm not clicking, I'm just hovering over this one and these options available, right? If I don't hover over there and try to click on this one, I will get an exception here. So in order to click on this one, I need to hover on this particular switch too, then I can go here, okay? And if I don't hover then and try directly to go with this one, as I said, we'll get an exception, okay? So let's handle this thing in the Selenium with Python. So let me go to the PyCharm here and let me create a new Python file. I'm naming it as handling mouse over, and the first thing is that we need a driver here. So for that, I will be writing browser equals to WebDriver dot Chrome, and let's import this WebDriver. Once I have this one, I need to maximize this one. So browser dot maximize window, and now I need to pass the URL. So simply browser dot get, and inside this I need to pass the URL. But as the best practice is that I will be creating a variable, and inside that variable I will be having the URL, so that I don't need to pass the URL here directly. Okay, so let me create a one variable called as URL, and here I will have the URL. Okay, so let me go here and let me copy the URL, and let me go back here and provide the URL. Now instead of passing this complete value here, I simply pass this variable. Okay, and now let's run this one and see what happens. So I should open the Chrome browser, maximize the window, and open the URL, right? And that's good. We are good to go. Now, if I go to the application here, and I go here, and let me inspect this frames here. Okay, and let me go with the SelectorsHub. And here, the beauty of SelectorsHub is that this SelectorsHub is actually telling you that this element is not interactable through Selenium, as it is not visible in the UI, right? So if I try to click on this one, we will get an exception that this element is not interactable, though it is present, but it is not interactable because it is not visible. Okay, but let me copy this one and let me go to PyCharm here and let me write the code to find this one. Find element by dot XPath, and let's import the by here, and let me provide the XPath here, and now simply I will click on this one. Okay, and let's run this one. This should not work because the element is not visible, element is not interactable, and we will get some error here and see the exception here. So the exception is element not interactable exception. Element is not interactable, though the element is present, but it is not interactable. Now how we can solve, because we know that this is the element which comes when we hover on the switch tool, right? Now what I know is that this all can be done. This mouse hover is basically a mouse gesture. This is an action. So in Selenium, this can be done using the action change class. Let me go to the browser here and let me show you. You need to search for Selenium Python action change, and this is a link. Click on this one, and here you see that the action chains implementation. Action chains are a way to automate low-level interactions such as mouse movements, mouse buttons, key press, context menu interactions. So again, the hover is basically a mouse movement, right? And this is a class. And in order to use this class, simply what we need to do is that we need to create an object and we need to pass a driver. And after passing this one, I can actually using different options available, different methods available, like move to element, dot click, dot perform. We can learn these things. Okay, but the idea is that we need to create the action chain objects. Then I can actually use the properties and other features of this particular class. Okay, now let me copy this line of code from here and let me go to the PyCharm here, and here now we need to import the action chains, and the name of our driver variable is basically a browser here. I need to pass here, and now we are good to go to use this one. Okay, so the first thing is that I need to tell the WebDriver on which element I need to hover. So if I go to this example here and if I show you, so basically I need to hover to this switch tool. Okay, so I need a locator of this one, and this is a letter XPath. Let me copy this one. Let me go back here and I will say this is my hover underscore element, and it's basically browser dot find element. It's not element, and here we say by dot XPath. So by dot XPath dot XPath and paste the XPath which we copied, and That's it. And now what we need to do is that, as we have already created an object for this action change, so using that one, now we will hover this one. So simply I will say actions, okay, dot actions dot, you see that now we are getting different methods here. So we have a method known as move to element, okay, move to element. And here what we need to do is that we need to provide the element on which we need to hover. So this is the element which we have identified, and we need to pass this one here. And once you hover on this one, basically you're moving, but you're not performing this hover action. So in order to perform this one, you need to use a method which is known as dot perform. And what I'll do is that, let me put some time sleep here so that we can see the executions. So let me copy this one and paste it after this one here. Okay, now we are good to go, and let's run this one and see what happens. So it should open and it should hover, and then it should click on the frame. So you will see this execution. You see that it hover on the switch to then frame, and now we are inside this frame page, right? So that's how you can actually handle, the hovers. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Selenium Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the drag and drop functionality. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that how we can handle the mouse over using the action chains. So using the same action chains, we will be handling the drag and drop. Okay. So for this particular tutorial, I will be using the Internet Heroku app. So let me open the browser here, and let me go to this Internet Heroku app. And here you need to click on this drag and drop, and you need to drag this A box to the B, and once you drag it and drop it, it will be changed to B to A. Okay, and this is the same functionality which we need to automate using Selenium with Python. Okay, and let me go to the PyCharm here. Let me create one new file. I am naming it as drag and drop, and the first thing is that we need a driver, right? So basically browser is equals to WebDriver dot Chrome, and let's import this WebDriver. And once we have this one, let's maximize the browser. So browser dot maximize window, and now we will be passing or opening the URL. So browser.get, and here we need to provide the URL. So simply let me go here and copy the URL from here and paste it here. Now once we open the URL, the first thing is that we have two things here. So if I open the website, so this is, let me refresh this one. So this is the one element. Let me inspect this one, and let me show you. So this is a column A, and if I inspect this one, this is a column B. So we have two different elements. I need to drag element A to element B, right? So this is very important because we need to identify both of the elements here. Okay, so let me refresh this one here. Let me inspect this one again here. So we have the ID, which is column A, and we have ID for the column B as well. So simply what I do is that I have a source element from where I need to drag. So I will name it as source element equals to browser dot find element by dot ID, and let's import the by here, and let's provide the ID, and the ID is basically a column A. So let me go here and let me copy the ID from here, and let me go back and provide the ID. Now in the similar way, we need to have a destination element where we need to drop it. So destination underscore element equals to browser dot find element, and again by dot ID, and we need to provide the ID here, and here let me copy the ID. So ID is column B, so let me copy this one and let me provide this one here. Now we have both source element and the destination element. Now let's get the object of the action chains. So actions equals to action chains, and we need to pass our browser to this object, and let's import the action chains here. Now that's really easy using this actions dot. Now you need to find a drag and drop here. So will you find a drag and drop by offset? You will find a drag and drop. So go with this simple one. In our upcoming tutorial, I will be showing you how to use this drag and drop by offset. Right now we need to use a drag and drop, and here click on this one. So here we need to provide source element, comma, the destination element, and once we have both, then we need to perform the action. And here I am putting some time.sleep so that we can see the execution. And here now let's quit the browser dot quit. Okay, so we are good to go. We are using the drag and drop from the action chains. We have provided the source element, and we have provided the destination element, and we are performing drag and drop from source to the destination. So let's run this one and see what happens here. So it will open the application URL, and then it will drag and drop. So still it haven't opened this one. Seems like some problem. So let me stop this one here and let me run this again, because apparently it looks like a correct script. So let's run this again. So I should open the browser and should drag A to the B. You see that now B is in the first place and A is in the second place. So basically that's how you can handle the drag and drop functionality. You need to identify the source element, you need to identify the destination elements, then you need to create an object of action chains, you need to pass a driver to that, and using that action chains you need to use a method drag and drop, and this drag and drop methods will get an argument of source element and the destination element, and then you need to perform your action. So it will drag the element from the source, then drop it to the destination. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the sliders, so let's begin. In our previous tutorial we learned that how we can handle the drag and drop using the action chains. So using the same action chains we will be handling the slider. So for this particular tutorial I will be using the same Internet Heroku app, and here let me go and let's find the slider here. and this is the slider. Click on this one. So this is a slider. We need to move the slider from here to here, and in order to do this, we will be using the action chains. And simply go to the PyCharm here, and let me create a new Python file. I'm naming it as handling slider, and the first thing is that we need a driver. So browser is equals to WebDriver dot Chrome, and here we need to import the WebDriver. Now let's maximize the browser. So browser dot maximize, and after this we need to open the URL using the browser dot get. So browser dot get, and we need to provide the URL here. So let's go to the browser again and copy the URL from here, and now we need to paste it here. Okay, so once we have done with this thing, now we need to identify a slider. We'll find a slider, and then we will be creating an action chains object, and using that action chains we'll be moving a slider. Okay, so let's go to the browser again and let's inspect this one, and let's go to the SelectorsHub, and here you see that we have a value equals to 0. So basically this is a range, right? It's a range. Input type equals to a range here. So I can simply create a XPath, okay, but I don't want to select a value. I just need to identify this one, because if I go with this 0 value, it might not work here. So simply what I'll do is that I will find the slider equals to browser dot find element. So I will be using by dot XPath. So we need to input a by here, and by dot XPath. Now what I'll do is that I will be writing a very simple XPath, because I know that the input type equals to range. So // input, then we need to tell a attribute which is type at type equals to range, and that's it. That's how we can simply create a XPath for this particular element. Now we need to create an object of the action chains. So that's again simple, equals to action chains, and we need to pass a driver, and here we need to import this action chains. Once we are done with this thing, now we will simply moving this from one point to another. In our previous tutorial, using this one, so we use a drag and drop, right? And because we are dragging the one element from the another, but in this particular tutorial we are not dragging one element to another. This is a single element where you are sliding from one point to another. So here we will be using other method, which is basically click and hold, because we are clicking and holding this one, and then we are moving this one. So clicking and hold. What we are clicking and holding? We are clicking holding this range, and when we are clicking and holding this one, now we need to move this one. So we have move element. Here we will be going with move by offset, because we will be providing because this is a horizontal slider, right? So if I say that my x-axis has some value and y-axis doesn't have any value, or it should be 0, then it will move in a horizontal way. So let me show you how. So here the first value I need to provide in terms of a horizontal. Okay, the offset is 50, comma 0. So 0 is for the y-axis, which is a vertical one, right? So vertically we are not moving, we are saying that it's 0 here. Now once we do this, we'll say okay, because we are holding, clicking and holding, and at the same time we are moving, so we need to release the functionality, because we need to, remove the click and hold functionality. And once we do that, we need to perform this action. And now I will be going with the time.sleep so that we can see the execution here. And finally, we will be quitting the browser here. Now we are good to go with the execution. So let's run this one and see what happens. So I should open the browser, I should maximize the browser, I should go to this particular page, and then it should move the slider. You see that the sliders move from one point to another. Okay, now let me change this to the 100. So you might have a question that if we provide a value which is outside the slider, then what happens? So let me show you in this case, because we know that the 50 value is covering almost 80% of the slider, but if I provide 100, then what happens? So in this particular case, it will go to the maximum value, regardless whatever the value I provide here, right? And if you want to provide a less value, so you can adjust the value accordingly. For example, if I say 25, and if I run this one, so this time you will see that it will move, but slightly move. You see this, you see that it's a slightly move. So that's how you can actually work with the sliders using Selenium with Python, and you should be using this action chains. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the resizable elements. So let's begin. In our previous tutorials, we learned to handle the drag and drop, mouse over, and sliders using that actions chains. So using same action chains, we will be handling the resizable elements. So for this particular tutorial, I will be using this particular website. So let me copy the URL and open this into the browser. And here, so this element is resizable, so you need to drag this one from the right bottom, and you can see the size of this particular element. Okay, now this is something which we need to handle using the Selenium WebDriver. And let's go to the PyCharm here, and let's start writing a code directly. So let me create a new Python file, and I'm naming it as handling resizable element. And the first thing is that we need a driver. So simply I'll be writing here browser is equals to WebDriver dot Chrome, and we need to import the WebDriver. Just hold on this one, import this name, and import this Selenium.WebDriver. Okay, and once we have this WebDriver, now let's maximize the browser. So browser dot maximize window, and after this we need to pass a URL. So the best practice is that we should create a variable and have this URL over here and pass this variable into the browser.get method. Okay, so let me go here and copy this URL from here, and now let me paste it here. Now in browser.get, let's pass this variable. Okay, so simply I'm passing this variable here, and let's run this one and see either it's working fine or not. So it should open the Chrome browser, it should maximize, and it should open this website. Now it's working absolutely fine so far. Now we need this particular element which we need to resize. Okay, and here the trick is that we need to grab this element from this particular point. So we need to identify this corner. Okay, so inspect element, and here we need to inspect this corner. Okay, and I'm using the SelectorsHub here. So using that, I'm copying the relative XPath from here, and now again I will be creating a variable and I will be utilizing that variable. So resizable underscore element, and here I will be finding this particular element. So browser dot find element by dot XPath, and we need to import the by here, and let me type it again, and we need to provide the XPath here which we copied from the website. Now once we have this one, before I actually can resize this one, what I need to do is that I need to get a size of this one, because I need a size in terms of width and height, so that I can ensure that the size of the element is actually getting changed. So what I will say is that initial underscore element underscore size is equals to, let's find the box. So browser.find element, and again I will be going with the X path here, and now this time basically I need to locate this particular whole box, not this right corner only. So this is a box and this is a relative X path. So I need to ensure that what is the initial size, and after resize what will be the size in terms of height and width. Okay, so let me copy this one from here and let me paste it here. Now what I need to do is that let's find the initial height and width or the size. So I will say initial underscore size. So here equals to, now using that initial variable dot, so we have a web element and we have the size, so we can use this size to get the height and width or the size of the web element. Okay, and now let's print this one and see what happens. So I will say initial size and initial size comma, and I will pass the variable. Okay, and let's run this one and see what happens here. So we need to ensure that it's basically giving me the height and width of this particular element right now. Okay, so this is the initial height and width of this particular element. Now let me put time.sleep, and now I will create action change object. So action underscore change equals to action change, and we need to pass a driver, and we need to import this action change here. So using action change dot, we have a method called click and hold, and because we are clicking on the bottom right option and clicking on this one and holding this one, and then we are moving this one, so we need to perform all these actions. Okay, so let me go back here. So click and hold, and I need to pass this resizable element, which is a corner thing, and then I need to move this one. So dot, so move by offset, and I'm giving x-axis and y-axis here in terms of offset. So x offset is 100 and same goes for the y offset. Okay, and once I will do this, then I will release, because eventually we need to release this one, and then finally we need to perform this thing. Okay, and again I will go with some time dot sleep, and now what I will do is that I will create one more variable here, and now this time we will be getting the size again, and I will be saving that into another variable, and here I will say resized underscore element is equals to, and here actually I need this variable called initial element size, because here we named it a bit wrong here, but that's okay. So using this one again, dot size, we will get the size of this particular element again after resizing this one. Okay, and now I will print this one, and this time I will say resized element, and here I will pass the variable, so resized element. Okay, and then finally we will be closing or quitting the browser. So I will go with the quit here, and let's save this one, and now let's run this one and see what happens. So it should open the website. Now it should resize this element as well, get the initial size and the size after resizing this element. You see that the element got resized successfully, and here you can see that we have the initial size in terms of height and width, and then we have resized element in terms of height and width. So in this way you can actually handle or resize the resizable elements using the Selenium with Python. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the basic authentication. So let's begin. First let's understand what is the basic authentication and why we need to handle it. So for this particular tutorial I will be using the Internet Hero app. So this is a website, and here you need to go to this basic auth, click on this one, and as soon as you click on this one it will redirect to another URL which is internetheroapp.com/basic-auth, and this pop-up appears, and here you need to provide the username and the password, then you can sign into this particular website. So if you don't provide the correct username and password here, this will not let you into the website. So for example, I'm giving some dummy username and password, and if I click on sign in, it will not allow me, right? Even if I click on the cancel, it says we are not authorized, right? So you will find this kind of authentication pop-ups in different web applications. Now the challenge here is that if I go back here and click on this one here, if I right click on this one, there's no inspect element, right? There's no HTML written for this one, and if there's no HTML written for this one, then how we can identify this field, how we can provide the username and password here? So this is the problem. That's why we need to handle this basic authentication here. So let's see how we can do this. For this, let me go to the PyCharm here and let me create one new Python file. Let me name it as basic auth, and the first thing is that we need to import a WebDriver. So from Selenium we need to import WebDriver, and first what we'll do is that because we need to provide the username and password, and if I click cancel on this one, But before that, let me show you if we provide the correct username. So it will let us in, and here it will say congratulations message, right? So the username password is admin and admin here, and the URL is basically this one. Okay, let me copy this one, and here I need to provide the username. So basically, first I create a variable called username, and the username is basically admin, and the password is equals to admin as well. And now we need a driver, so driver equals to WebDriver dot crew, and after this let's maximize this one and try to maximize this one first. And now driver dot get, and here we need to provide a URL. So in order to handle this kind of authentication, as we know that there's no HTML, so we cannot locate those elements. So what we can do is that we can append the username and password into the URL so that it will allow us to this particular application. So what is the syntax for this one? The syntax for this one is pretty much easy here. So it's basically HTTPS colon or HTTP, then we have username colon password, okay, at the rate this domain, so in above case domain slash path. So this is the very simple way. So what I'll do is that here I need to provide a username colon password and at the rate. So this is the domain, this is the username, this is the password, at the rate sign, then we have this domain slash path. So that's how actually we can handle this authentication. Now let's run this one, but before executing this one, let me put some time.sleep here, so that we can see that it is working fine. So let's run this one and see what happens here. So it should successfully let us in. Yes, it says congratulations, you have provided the valid credentials. So in this way you can basically handle the basic authentication. So again, remember this format. You need to provide after your protocol // you need to provide the username colon password at the rate domain slash path. So this is what we have done here, and which allows us to access this particular application having this basic authentication. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to the Selenium Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to open the browser in the incognito mode or the private mode. So let's begin. In some cases, you might need to execute your test in the isolated environment where it should not be impacting by the browser history or something like that. So let me show you what is the incognito mode here. So let me open the browser here, and if you press Ctrl Shift N, so it will open a incognito tab. You see that this is incognito, and it doesn't show the history or something like that. This is an isolated environment. So in some cases you might need to execute your test cases in this particular incognito mode. So in the Chrome it is the incognito mode, and in the Firefox it's a private mode. So let me show you how we can actually open this incognito mode using the Selenium WebDriver. So let me close this one here. And I have a documentation for this one, because in order to open the browser into the incognito mode, we need to use the options class. Okay, so for this one, so here's the documentation link. I will provide this link into the description as well. So let me open this one. the browser, and here just search for Chrome options or the options here. So you see that the Firefox WebDriver options, and in a similar way you will find for the Chrome options. And if I click on this one, so here is the documentation, and you see that this is a class. Okay, and using this class, we will be able to open the browser into the incognito mode. Okay, and if we want to use this class, we need to create an object of this class first. Okay, so let's go to the PyCharm here, and let me create a new Python file. I will say it as Incognito mode. And the first thing is that we need to import a WebDriver. So from Selenium, we need to import the WebDriver, and also we need to import the options, right? So here, let me create an object for this one. So Chrome underscore options equals to options, and here we need to import the options. So from here you see that we are getting so many sessions here. Now which one we need to import? Because for example, we are working with the Chrome right now, so we will be going with this Selenium WebDriver .chrome.options. Okay, so this is what we need to import, right? So you see that from Selenium WebDriver Chrome.options, import options. So this is the one which we need to import here. Now once we have this object, so using this object we can actually pass an argument that we want to open the browser into the incognito mode. So Chrome options dot add argument. So this is the thing which we need to use, and the argument is basically very simple, in double quotes, double dash, and we simply need to write in Incognito. That's it. And now while using or opening or creating the WebDriver, okay, so basically this driver equals to WebDriver dot Chrome, WebDriver dot Chrome. And previously what we were doing is that we were simply using this one and opening the browser. So for example, if I go here and let me maximize this one, and after maximizing, let's open any website. But before that, let me put some time.sleep here and here, and finally using driver.get, let's open any of the website. So let me open the google.com. So let me copy the URL from here and paste it here. Okay, now let's run this one and see what happens here. So let me run this one. We haven't, though we have created the object for the options class, but you see that only the normal browser is open. There's no incognito mentioned over here. The reason is that though we have set the arguments, we have used the options class object, but what we need to do is that because driver, we need to pass this to the driver as well, because driver is driving your browser. So how we can pass this one? So here we say options equals to your Chrome options. So we are passing this here. Now if I run this one, it will open into the incognito mode. Here you see that this open into the incognito mode on the right top, right? So in order to work with the Firefox, so basically what happens is that if you go here and open the Firefox and again shift control N or new private window, you can use this one, control shift P actually in the Firefox. So you see that it's a private window. So this is a private browsing. So what you need to do is that if I go, let me close this one. And here, instead of incognito mode, we need to use a keyword called private. And here, what I will say, we need to go with the Firefox. Okay, and here I will say Firefox options using this one and this one, and here. So now we are good to go, and let me put more time here and let me run this one and see what happens here. So I should open the browser, but we are getting some error here. So the error is that WebDriver exception. Okay, so basically we need to import the Firefox options, right? So if I remove this one, okay, so what we need to do is that so let's go here again, import this one, and here let's go with the Firefox this time. Okay, and now we are good to go with the execution. So let's run this one, and this time it should work. Yes, it's working, and you see that you are about private browsing, right? So you are browsing in the private mode. So that's how you can open the incognito mode or the private mode on the Firefox to isolate your test and execute your test in the isolated mode. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn data-driven testing using Selenium WebDriver and the Excel. So let's begin. Data-driven testing is important because you might need to test your application against a different set of data. So for this particular tutorial I will be using this source demo application. So let me copy the URL from here and let me open this into the browser. And here you see that we have different users available. Now you have a scenario that you need to test this login functionality with the different set of users. Here you see that we have different set of users and we have the password for them. So what we will do is that we will write a script and we will be using this data using the Excel, and using that Excel we will be passing this data into our script. Okay, and simply let me go to the PyCharm here and let me create one new file. I am naming it as data driven. Okay. The first thing is that we need to import the WebDriver. So from Selenium, we need to import WebDriver. And in order to interact with the Excel sheet, what we need to do is that we need to use a Python library, and for this particular tutorial I'm using the Python OpenPyExcel library. So let me go to the browser again and let me show you. So if you type here OpenPyExcel, and so this is the Python library to read/write the Excel. So if you click on this one, you will get a documentation for this one here as well. Okay, and here you will find how to use this one, because we need to install this one, we need to import this one, we need to create an object or use the method for the workbook, then we need to grab the active worksheet. So that's how we will be working and interacting with the Excel here. Okay, so the second thing is that we need to import the load workbook from the OpenPyExcel. Okay, this one. So let me go back here. So from open, so you might not have this one, you need to install this one. Okay, and from this one we need to import load underscore workbook. Now we will be writing the code. So the first thing, I will be adding the command so that you can understand the code as well. The first thing is that we need to load the Excel sheet, and for that I need to create a variable. So I'm naming it as workbook is equals to load workbook, and inside this I need to provide the file. Okay, and so we haven't created a file. So what I did is that before this tutorial I've already created a test data file which is on my desktop. So let me open this one and let me show you. So it contains the username, password, first user, password, second user, password, and third user and password. Okay, now what I'll do is that I'll copy this one, and this is my folder, and I'll paste it here. Okay, so test data dot xls, so this is the name, test data. Let me copy this one and let me go back here. So test data dot xls. Okay, so let me confirm the extension. So again, let's go here and right click on this one, go to properties, and so it is dot xls. So let me close this one, and this is the one. And the second thing, you will see that now we have this file testdata.xls available here. So that's why we are just providing the name with the extension. We are not giving the complete path because it's under our project now. Okay, now from this one we will be looking for an active sheet. So you know that Excel has multiple sheets inside this one, so we need to focus on the active one. So I'm creating another variable, sheet equals to, and using this workbook which we loaded, then from this one we will say workbook dot active. Okay, now once we have this one, so basically we are doing the same thing which we have seen here. So workbook and grab the active sheet. Okay, so now let's use the driver. So driver is equals to WebDriver dot Chrome. Then we'll maximize the window. So driver dot maximize window, and here once we have done this, now we basically need to iterate through the Excel, right? And it is really easy if we are using open PyExcel. It is really easy to iterate. So I will say for row in sheet, so we'll be iterating into this active sheet. Okay, so sheet dot iterate underscore rows, and inside this basically what we need to do is that we need to tell that from which row it should start iterating. So in our Excel, the first row is basically the headers, so we need to tell that start minimum underscore row is equals to 2, then the maximum row is equals to sheet dot max underscore row. So basically it will go to the maximum row of this one. And the third thing we need to ensure here is that it should contain the values. If it doesn't contain the values, it should not proceed to the any other row here. Okay, so this is our iteration loop here. Okay, now from the sheet, from where we need to pick the username and password. So if I open the actual sheet again, so let me show you. So this is on the desktop as well. So you see that against every row we have on the 0 we have username, on the first index we have the password, right? So based on this we will be grabbing the information. Let me go back here. So user name equals to, and this is the same variable which we used in the sheet. So row, and inside this we need to pass 0, and then we have same for the password. So password equals to row index 1. And now we are good to go. So basically let's browse or navigate to the web page, and here we need to provide this URL. So let me copy this one and paste it here. So once this will open, so let me in parallel put some sleeps as well, so that we can, when we execute this one, you will see how it is working. Okay, so I will put some time dot sleep. Let me give 5 here, and now we need to provide, after going to the page, we need to provide the username, password, and click on this one. So find by ID, and let's import this by package. So we have all the packages here, and it looks good to me. And again, let's type ID, and here we need to provide the value. So we go here and inspect this one. You will see that we have a ID which is user dash name. So let me copy this one and let me go back here. And what exactly we need to do? We need to send keys, and inside this we need to pass this username, because in every iteration we will be getting another user and password which we need to pass here. In a similar way, we need to go with driver dot find element by dot ID, and here we need to provide the value of ID. So let's inspect the password, and the ID is password here. So let me copy this one and paste it here, and then again we need to do the send keys, and inside this we need to send a password. And once we do this, after this we need to click on the login button. So simply driver dot find element, and let me see, either we have the ID for this button as well. So let me inspect this login button, and yes, we have this ID login dash button. So let me copy this one, and now again by dot ID, and let's provide the ID, and on the button we need to click. So it will log in us to the particular application. And after this login in, I want to wait for some time so that you can see that it's logged in successfully. Okay, and after that what I need to do is that, because after I need to log in with the first user, log out, then log in with the second user, then log out, and same goes with the third user. So let me log in with this standard user here, and this is the password for this one. And now let's inspect this hamburger here, and let me go to SelectorsHub, and here we have a relative XPath. So let me copy this one, and after 5 seconds I will say driver.find element by dot XPath, and here we need to provide a XPath, and here we need to click. Then after this, again I will wait for a couple of seconds here. Here we are giving a hardcode wait, but in our future tutorials I will show you how you can provide the dynamic waits. So we haven't learned the waits as of now. In future I will show you. Okay. So after this, now what I will do is that simply driver dot find element, and again what I will do is that I will open, after clicking on this one, here is the logout button. So let me inspect this one, and this is the relative XPath. So let me copy this one, and now let's go with by dot XPath and the value of XPath here, and again we need to click, and after clicking again I will go with time dot sleep, and I will give a 5 seconds, and after all execution, when this execution will be completed, I will quit the driver dot quit. So we have written our script and see how it works. So load the Excel sheet. This is the first step. Then here we are actually selecting active sheet, and here we are actually using the WebDriver and maximize the window. Here we are iterating the value, and rest the code is pretty much easy to understand. Okay, now let's run this one and see what happens. So we got PyXL does not support the .xls file format. So if you have .xls, you need to use this library or convert it to the more recent .xls file. Okay, so simply if I go here, let me show you the properties is .xls. So let me go back to this one where we have pasted this file, and this is the file. Let me open this one and let me save as into this folder. So the folder is, so it says 97 to 30 workbook. So we need to go with the Excel workbook or the latest one, Excel workbook, and there's on my desktop actually. So this PC, and inside this one, where is my desktop? Here's my desktop. Inside this I have a folder. So let me paste this file. Yes, so place this file, and let me close this one. And if I see, let's see the formats here, properties. It still says .xls. Change. Okay, so let me do one more thing. Inside this folder, let me change the file name, or maybe we can directly go with the changing the XLS here and see what happens. So it says no such directory because we don't have this one here, this one. So let me rename this one refactor, rename, and I will say XLS refactor, and now let's run this one. So still we are getting the error because of this file test data.xls. So what I'll do is that there's a problem with the file. Simply I will go and create Excel for this one. So let's create an Excel file. So simply here, and what I will do is that I will open this here as well. And okay, so there's a problem with the file. Let me delete this one and let me go back to the desktop, and we have this test data file. So now you can see we have two different files. So test data and test data, this one. So this one is recently created. So let me remove this file. This is the old one, and I believe we are picking up this one. So this is XLS one. So we don't need to create this file. So now let me copy this one, but let me see the properties of this one first. So this is XLS, right? So let me copy this one and let me go back to the folder and let me paste it here. Now we have this XLS file, test data.xls, and now let's simply run this one and see what happens. Now this time it should work. It will open the browser. It should provide the first username and password, standard user. It will log out, and then it will provide the second user. Then it will provide the third user. So one thing you need to ensure, just like this one, the file format should be XLS, right? The file format should be the XLS, otherwise it will not work. And in order to work with the XLS file, the older version of the Excel, you need to use another library, right? So that's how actually you can actually work with the Excel. So still is going, you see that is provided the third user, which is the glitch or the performance user. Now it will log out. So in order to work with this one, so basically once it will complete, it will quit the browser, and let's see. So successful execution. So we need to ensure that the path and the extension of the file in order to use this open PyXL. Okay, and after ensuring this one, you can use this one. You need to load this file, go to the active sheet, and active sheet, if you are using the headers, make sure that you are iterating from the second row, and you also need to provide that what should be the maximum row. So go to the maximum row where we have the values. Okay, and in our row first column we have username, in our row we have password in the second one, so it's interspace, so 01, and then we are just opening the browser and providing the username password, which is coming from this particular Excel sheet. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn data-driven testing using the CSV file. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that how we can do a data-driven testing using an Excel file. Now let's see how we can do it using the CSV file. I have already created a CSV file. So let me show you that's inside my folder. And let me go to the folder here. So let me go to Selenium, we go here, install Selenium. So inside this one I have this test data CSV file, and you will see that it's a comma separated file. So let me open this one. So it contains the username and passwords, and we will be using again the same source demo for this example. So let me go and open this website. Let me show you. So let me copy the URL. So this is the URL. So let me copy this one from here, and let's open this one into the browser. So basically this is a demo, source demo application, and I have a couple of users from here. So what we will do is that we will be utilizing that CSV file and make it data driven. Okay, so let me go to the PyCharm here, and now what I'll do is that I will create a new Python file. I will name it as CSV data driven, and the first thing is that we need to import a Selenium WebDriver. So from Selenium we need to import WebDriver, right? And we will be using the CSV library in order to work with or interact with the CSV. So import CSV, and the first thing is that we need to specify the path, and this file is already inside my folder, right? So let me show you. So this is the file, right? This is already inside my folder, so I can directly give a file name with the extension. Okay, so the path, so I will name it as CSV underscore file equals to name of the file with the extension. So name of the file is testdata.csv. Let me select this one, and now what we need to do is that we need to read a data from a CSV file. So here what we will do is that we will create a list first, empty list. So test underscore data equals to this. So this is an empty list. So if I hover on this one, so you will see that this is an empty list. Okay, now what we'll do is that we'll open this CSV. So we'll be using this open method, and here we need to pass this file because we need to open this file, and then we need to open this in a read-only mode and as a file. Okay, and once we have this one, what we'll need to do is that we will be creating a method object of the DixReader class, so which will actually help us to read the data from the CSV. So reader equals to CSV dot, you see that we have this DixReader, and we will be passing this file here because we are saying that this CSV file is as a file, so we'll pass in the file here, right? And now once we have the file, now as we have more than one record, so what we'll do is that we'll be iterating. So we need to loop this one. So for, so I will say row in reader, and here, so as soon as it will read, what I need to do is that I need test, because this is a list and it is empty right now because initially it's empty. Now what I will do is that I will loop in through the CSV and append the data as I get. So I will store in this particular list here. So dot, you see that we have a method called append, and we need to append the row. So every time it gets a row, it will be appended in the list. Now let's print this one and see either it's working fine or not. So let me print this one. So test underscore data, and let's run this one and see what happens. So you see that this data is populated over here and it's successfully printed over here, right? So first username, then password, second username and password, third username and password, right? So this means the data has been fetched properly from this one. Now what we need to do is that now we need to loop through the test data and perform the login. So again, because now we have 3 records and I need to log in with the 3 different records, So again, I need to loop. So for data in test_data, and inside this I need a driver. So driver is equals to WebDriver dot Chrome, and once we have this one, I will maximize this one, driver dot maximize window, and then driver dot get will open the URL here. And so basically it's the same URL, so let me copy it from here. And paste it here. Now once I have this one, so what I'll do is that I will put some time.sleep so that we can see how execution is working after opening the URL. So when the URL is open, now what I need to do is that I need to identify the fields. So instead of going here, so let me copy this complete lines of code from here. Okay, let me do this and paste it here, because the fields are same, so I don't need to worry about finding it again and again. And here, now what we need to do is that we need to pass this data. Okay, and here simply it's an index based passing. So instead of directly typing the username, what I need to do is that data, because I'm using data as a variable for this particular loop, so data and index based. So on the first index is the username, right? And let me copy this complete from here and paste it here and the password. Now once it will log in, again it's waiting for 5 seconds. Now after this, if you want to assert something, you can assert. If you want to verify something, you can verify. But here what I'll do is that I will simply quit the driver, right? And I think we are good to go with this execution here. So let me simply run this one and see what happens. So let's see. So data, so it's opening. Now it should provide the first username and password. Yes, first username and password, and it's logged in successfully. Now it will execute the second run, because in CSV we have 3 records for the username and password. So this time it will be using the second user, and finally you will be seeing the third user. So the second iteration went successfully here, right? And this is the third iteration, and because this is a performance glitch user, so you will find some slowness in this one. So let's see. So this is a performance glitch user, and now it will log into the application. So basically that's how you can actually work with the CSV. Before ending the session, let me explain or summarize this code. So basically we are importing the CSV from Python, then we are importing this one. Simply I have a path for the CSV file, then I've created a empty list here. I'm opening this CSV file in the read-only mode as a file, then I'm reading this file and looping it and appending the data into this particular list. Okay, and once I have this data completed, so I'm just opening the WebDriver, maximizing the window, opening the website, and here we are just passing this data which we are getting in every iteration. And again here we are using a loop because we have a 3 different set of data. So that's how you can use the CSV when you are doing the data-driven testing. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to the Selenium with Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn data-driven testing using the JSON. So let's begin. In our previous tutorials, we learned that how we can make our test data-driven using the Excel and CSV. So if you haven't watched that, just go and watch those videos if you want to make your test data driven using Excel and CSV. But in case if you want to make your test data driven using a JSON file, then how you can do it? So let me go here and create one new Python file, and I'm naming it as data driven JSON. I have already created one JSON file, and let me show you. This is .json, and it contains the three different users, username and password. So this is how the JSONs look like. And even let me show you in my desktop folder as well. So let me go to my folder here, and let me go to this one, and here you will find this test data.json. So if you double click on this one, so it will open in the IDE as well. I have Visual Studio Code, but if you want to open this file into some other tool, so you can just right click on this one and then open with, and you can open with any of these. Okay, so again, we are using source demo for this one, and what I need to do is that I will be copying my code. So let me close this one, and let me copy this complete code from here and paste it here. And here we don't need the CSV because now we need to work with the JSON. So in order to work with the JSON, we need to import a JSON library here. Okay, and we don't need all this code here. Let me remove this code from here. Now what we need to do is that we need to import the JSON file. We need to open this file so that we can traverse through this one and we can actually work with this one. So loop is already there, so we don't need to write a loop. So in order to understand how this loop is working, so you can refer to my previous tutorials here. Okay, now in order to load the test data from JSON, what we need to do is that we need to import a JSON, right? And simply import and just go with JSON. And after this, we need to have this file. So this is really simple here with open, and we need to provide a file name here with the complete extension. So the file name is test data, and this is the .json, and this is inside my folder. Okay, and once you open this, you need to provide R in the readable mode as file, and now you need to load this JSON file. Now to load this file, simply let me create test underscore data, which actually I'm using in my loop. So because I need to loop into the file, test data is equals to JSON dot load, and we need to provide the file, and that's it. Now the rest of the code is simple because we are just looping here. We are opening, we are just creating a driver for the Chrome. We are maximizing the window. We are going to this particular website. We are waiting for 5 seconds. Then we are identifying the username field, providing the data. But here the challenge here is that we might need to provide data in such a way that it will pick up from the file. Okay, so here let me show you. So when we are working with the CSV, we provided this data, then data contains this username and password field. And when we were working with the Excel, so let me open this one. So you see that we were just providing the variable here, and we know why we did this actually. So let me go here, and now simply run this one and see if it is working or not. It will not work. We will find the error, and then I will show you what is the error and how we need to fix that error. Though we have this JSON file and it opened the browser, but it will not provide the username and password, and it will throw some exception, right? And it says here that string indices must be integers, not string. Okay. Now, what is the problem here? So, problem here is that if I go here and open this my test data.json, so I have users. So inside the users, I have these username and password. Right. So I need to tell my code that you need to traverse into users. So this is a hierarchy. Just go here. Inside this, you need to loop. Inside this part, you need to do. Okay. And simply what I'll do is that let me go here, and for the loop here, basically, I will tell my loop that you need to traverse or loop or iterate into my users. Okay. And I think we are good to go, but let me confirm. Yeah, so users, and here we have the users. Now let's run this one, and this time it should work, and it should provide the username and password and log into the system. You see that it's logged in with the first user. Then again it will open and log in with another user. Then it will open and log in with the third user here as well, right? So apparently while recording, it's not showing that it's providing the username, but it's actually providing the username and password. So you don't need to worry about this thing. It's actually providing username and password. Now it will be passing the third user, because in our file it contains the 3 users. So it will provide the user. So it's just a glitch in recording, so you don't need to worry. Sometimes it shows that we have provided username password, but in some cases it doesn't while recording the session. But it's actually making your test data driven, and it's logging every time with the new user. So that's how you can actually use the JSON file as a source when you are working with the data driven testing with the Selenium, right? So again, that's pretty much easy. Let me summarize this one. You need to import the JSON, and then you need to open the file in the read mode, and then you need to load this file. Once you load this file, and here we need to go with the users, because in our JSON file, these users are inside this users basically. Okay, so that's why we are looping through test data, this file, and inside this file we are saying that you need to traverse into from the users. Then we are using the driver, Chrome driver, maximizing the window, going to this website, waiting for 5 seconds. Then we are just going to username field, providing the username, then password, just clicking on login button, and then finally we are quitting the driver. So that was pretty much easy. And in our future tutorials, when we actually work on the frameworks, so then at that point of time I will show you how you can make your test data driven, because this is a very linear script, and but at least you need to understand how you can work with the JSON data source, CSV data source, and the Excel data source if you are working with the data driven testing. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Selenium Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the implicit wait. So let's begin. Before we dive into the implicit wait, we need to understand about the synchronization issues. So what are the synchronization issues? So basically what happens is that when your test script is not synced with your application, so if both are not synced, you will get exception. So what happens here is that your script might be trying to find some element, it may be a button or text box, but that button is still not visible, not loaded, or maybe due to any reason it's a dynamic button or something. So what happens in that case, your Selenium script will throw an exception and say that, okay, I'm unable to find this button. Maybe it's not visible, it's not loaded, right? So let me show you some common issues here. So basically, the first one is the element visibility. So your script tries to interact with an element, and before it is visible on the page. Now in this case, what happens is that Selenium will throw no such element exception, or element not visible exception, because your script is trying to find that element and this element is still not visible. Then element interactability. So the particular element is not interactable. Your script is trying to attempt to interact with those particular element, but that element is still not interactable. Due to the page load, your internet might be slow. So that can be multiple reasons. Then we have page load. So the script proceeds with the actions before the page has finished loaded completely. And again, that will result in exceptions like stale element reference exception or element not interactable exception. Then in the today's world, we have asynchronous operations where we are using the AJAX. So web application often use asynchronous operations such as AJAX request or JavaScript timers to update the content dynamically. So the script needs to wait for these operations to complete before proceeding. And by default, if you are not using any waits, it will again throw an exception. And there's one more, like dynamic content. So elements on the page may load or change dynamically after a certain period or due to the user interactions. Again, in this case also your scripts need to be synced so that you can click on or perform actions against those particular elements. So these are the common issues, synchronized issues, due to which we need to use the waits. So Selenium provides multiple waits here, and in this particular tutorial, we will be looking into the implicit wait. So what is implicit wait here? So basically implicit wait is built in the Selenium, and this wait is either can be used with the timeouts capability in the browser options, or we can directly use with the driver method. This is a global settings that applies to every location element or array element for the entire session of that particular driver. So because it is defined on the driver level, so it is applicable for every element in that particular test script, and it will be applicable throughout that entire session. By default, the value is 0, which means that if the element is not found, it will immediately return an error. Right? So this means that we need to define some number here so that our driver should not, throw the error immediately. And if we set an implicit wait, the driver will wait for the duration of the provided value before returning the error. So what this means? So before that, let me go to the browser here and let me show you. So you need to go to selenium.dev and go to the documentation here, and here you need to find for waits. So search for, so you need to go to the WebDriver and then go to the waits. So here you will find the details about these waits. So basically we have implicit wait, we have explicit waits, and then we have customizations, and usually you will find this in terms of the fluent wait basically. So if I click on this Java one, so you see that the easiest way to customize waits in Java to use the fluent wait class. So you can actually customize the waits. So basically mainly there are two, and if you go to this Selenium website, they are actually recommending these two. So Selenium provides two different mechanisms for synchronization that are better. So one is implicit wait and other is explicit wait here. And in order to understand about the synchronization issues, they have also provided a link. So let me click on this one, and here they have this add a box, reveal a input. So if I click on this one, you will observe that this box will be added after some time, not immediately, right? And let me also click on a reveal a new input. So you see that I click on this one, and after some time this field got populated. So there are so many cases in the real time where your element is not visible, not loaded due to the internet connection, or maybe any reasons. It can be dynamic, it can be a AJAX-based request, so it can be any. So what we need to do is that how we can define implicit wait in the in the Python basically. So we're looking the Python. So this is really simple. So driver dot implicitly wait, and here's the number we need to provide. That's really easy. So let me open a PyCharm here, PyCharm, and let me show you a real-time example where our application will throw an error if we don't apply the wait. So right now till today, what we were doing is that you might be seeing my tutorials, following my tutorials, you will find that time dot sleep. So this is a static wait. This is not recommended. The reason is that, for example, if I have 100 test cases and against every test case I'm waiting for the 15 or 10 minutes, so if you multiply time, so that would be so much wait time, and it will take a lot of time to execute those test cases. So we don't need to do this. We need to go with the Selenium waits, which are dynamic in nature. So dynamic in nature means, let me show you example. So let me go to new Python file, and I will say implicit wait, and let me grab this previous tutorial. Let me copy the lines of code from here. Let me copy this whole code and paste it here. We will remove unnecessary things because we are not doing a data-driven testing here. So let me remove all the irrelevant data from here. And we also don't need to use a loop here, so we don't need these things. So driver, we don't need to put this time here. And again, I will remove this time from here, and this time, and now. So basically what is happening, we are opening this source demo website here, and we're just going to this one and provide the username password. So let me open this one. Let me copy the URL from here, and let me open this into the browser. Now let me copy this username and provide the username here, and then I need to provide the password for the same. So let me copy the password, and let me go back here and provide the password. So simply what we are doing is that we are going to this particular website. We have this driver, we are maximizing the window, we are opening this website, then providing the username, password, clicking on login, and after that we are just clicking on the hamburger menu and then clicking on the logout. So let me show you what exactly we are trying to do here. So let me provide the username here and password here and click on login. So after login, what I'm doing is that you will observe that if I click on this one, it will take some time to show this logout, right? So basically, if I go here and click on this one, then it will log out, right? But this logout is appearing after some time based on clicking on the hamburger. So now if I run this one, then see what happens, because there's no wait here. We haven't implemented any kind of a wait here. So simply let me select the current file and let's run this one and see what happens here. So it will open, it will provide username, password, and you see that the execution was really fast, and maybe our application is still loading at that particular time, right? So if you see that, we will got some exception. So element not interactable exception, right? And this is happening due to this synchronization issue. Now let's fix this using the implicit wait. And as we know that implicit wait is basically implement on the driver level. So let me copy this line of code from here, and let me go here and let me provide on the driver level, right? So, and here if we, by default it's a 0 value, so it will not wait for any time. But if I give here, for example, 10, let me give a 10 value here, right? So this means that, and that basically the unit of the measurement is basically a seconds here, okay? And what we need to understand is that if we are giving 10 seconds, then what it means? Will it wait for 10 seconds for every element here? Yes. So basically, the thought is that this is a dynamic wait. And dynamic wait works in such a way that, for example, right now this button is not interactable, right? This logout button is not interactable, right? And this implicit wait will wait for maximum 10 seconds, and then it will throw an exception. So what happens is that this button might be interactable after 1 second. So it will not wait for the 10. It will proceed for the further actions. It might be interactable after the 2 seconds. So it will proceed. It will not wait for the 10. So 10 is the maximum value here. And it is applicable for throughout this driver session, throughout these elements. So it is applicable for every element. So now let me run this one and see what happens. So you see that execution was fast and this time there is no error. And the reason is that it might take few milliseconds to interact with that particular element. So implicit wait this is the maximum value. If driver will find that element interactable or find that element before this time, it will proceed. It will not wait for 10 seconds here. So that's how implicit wait works in the Selenium. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Selenium Python tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the explicit wait. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that what are the synchronization issues and how we can solve them using the Selenium waits, and we learned that how to implement the implicit wait, right? And in this particular tutorial, if we want to learn the explicit wait, we need to compare between both implicit and explicit wait, so that you can better develop the understanding of the explicit wait. So let me go to my presentation here and let me run this one from here. Right. So if we talk about the scope, so basically the implicit wait is a global wait and it applies to all the elements, whereas the explicit wait is specific to a particular field. And when we talk about the implicit wait, it waits for the element presence in the DOM, whereas explicit wait works for based on the specific condition, for example, presence, visibility, and so on. And when we talk about the syntax for the implicit wait is pretty much similar and easier as compared to the explicit wait, because in the explicit wait we need to provide the expected conditions. So that's why it's a bit complex in syntax. So when we talk about the control, so we have a less control over the waiting behavior because we define it on the driver level and it's global, whereas we have more control over the waiting logic in the explicit wait because we are giving the specific conditions. And when we talk about readability, so the implicit wait is less readable, unclear, because we don't know what the implicit is waiting for. Whereas when we talk about the explicit wait, it is more readable because we define the waiting conditions. We know that why we are waiting, right? So that's the difference. Now what we need to do is that we need to understand the syntax of explicit wait before we implement this practically. Okay, so when we talk about the explicit wait, so first thing we need to do is that we need to create a WebDriver wait object, and for that we need to import the support.ui from the WebDriver wait. Then we will be creating a WebDriver wait object, passing the driver and timeout to that, and then after that we need to use the expected conditions, and for that we need to import the Selenium WebDriver.support import expected conditions as easy. So as easy is nothing, it's just the alias we are using here. And then we need to give a condition. Like here in this example, we are saying that presence of the element located. Then it's by ID, it's by XPath, it can be anything, right? So this is the syntax and this is how we should use it. Now let's see it practically by implementing it. And let me go to PyCharm here. And this was our previous example regarding the implicit wait, and here we see that we have defined it once and the syntax is very easy here. Now let me create one new Python file. I will name it as explicit wait, and what I will do is that I'll copy the same line of code and paste it here. So we need to import the relevant things first here, and I will remove this line of code here. Okay, and in our previous example we learned that the issue is basically we were unable to find this element because of the synchronization issue, right? So now let's import the relevant things here. So from Selenium WebDriver support wait, and then we need to import WebDriver wait. This is one thing, and second thing is expected conditions. So from Selenium WebDriver support, then from here we need to import expected conditions, and we will be using alias as easy. Okay, now once you have done this thing, now what we need to do is that we know that the problem is with the logout, right? So we need to wait for the logout to be present. So what I'll do is that before this line of code, I will create one variable, and the name of variable is element, and then WebDriver wait, and we need to pass driver because this is object, and I'm giving a timeout of 10 seconds. And now I need to tell that how long you need to wait. Okay, so simply I will say until the condition is met. Okay, so in this one, so I will say ec dot. So you see that we have different methods here: element to be clickable, presence of the element located, visibility of the element located, text to be present in the element. So we have different methods available or functions available here. Now simply let me go with the presence of element located, and here I will say that I need to go with the XPath. Okay, so for this one I will say by dot XPath, and I need to provide the XPath here. So simply let me go to this website here. Okay, we don't need to go to the website, we have already this XPath here. So let me copy this one from here, and I need to paste it here. Okay, so once we have this XPath, now what I need to do is that I need to click on this element, right? So instead of this whole complete line, what I will say element dot click, and that's it. So basically how it works is that this is a time, so it's just like a loop. It will keep checking the condition, and this is a maximum time it will try to check for this condition to met. If it's get met, it will execute, else it will throw error. So it's worked like a loop, right? So let me show you on the Selenium website here as well. So selenium.dev, go to the documentations here and go to WebDriver, and here click on waits, and here you will see that explicit waits are loops added to the code that poll the application for a specific condition to evaluate as true before it exits the loop and continues the next command in the code, right? So it will keep checking, and this is the maximum time. So you can also use lambda. Lambda is the new way of writing the functions. It's a fancy way of writing things. You can also write in this way, and you can also use the expected conditions here, right? So if you click on this one, so you might find some example, but I believe right now no examples available here. So let me click on this. So here you see that we have this public class expected conditions, and using this class we will be using different methods like alert is present, right? Element selection state to be, right? Element to be clickable, right? So you see that we have a different methods available here in order to work with this particular wait. Now let me go back to the PyCharm here, and we have implemented this wait, and let me run this one, and it should work fine, because previously it was failing, and we know that why it was failing, because it takes some time to load the logout button. And here we got some exception. So let me see what happens here. So if I go up here, and element not interactable exception, element not interactable, and which element is not interactable. So let's see and debug this one. So element not interactable, and check in the response. So no further information, and so it's basically click elements. Here is the problem. The element dot click. So let me see the WebDriver. So basically wait until ec.presence of element located, then by dot xpath, and then the xpath of this element, and then we are clicking on the element. So it should work. If it's not working, we will change the condition. Okay, so again it's it's failing. So let me change this condition here, and I will say dot, so element to be clickable, and now let's run. So this time you see that it worked properly, right? So we need to understand why it is failing, what kind of a synchronization issue it is, and based on that we will be selecting the condition here, right? So again let me summarize this for you here. Simply we let me open the presentation here. So basically we are creating a WebDriver object, and then we're using expected conditions class, and we're using areas as EC, and here we're giving the condition for this element until this condition is met, and the maximum time we have given, and based on that it will be loop and keep checking things, and then unless the condition is met and true. If it is true, it will continue to the next code in your script, else it will throw the exception and move on, right? So for example, just like condition was not meeting and there was some issues, so we were seeing some exceptions here. So that's how you can work with the explicit wait in the Selenium. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial.